good evening. Happy Friday. 2 weeks of no Friday Night Frenzy, and we're back. So, how you guys doing tonight? Hopefully your week has been good. How's your past 2 weeks been? Ian, hello. Good evening. How are you, my friend?
Tired, sick, alive.
That sounds kind of similar. My household, caveat. I was about to tell you this behind the screen, but figured I would do it live. So some of the people in chat have said hi to Mischief and Mini Mischief, who are presently on board of an aircraft heading to Paris.
Well, now I'm envious too. We can add envious to my list of things I am.
For a very special mommy-daughter trip. It is Mini Mischief's spring break, so they are en route to that. And Mini 2 went with his grandparents to Florida. So I am managerless and miniless. Now there's a four-legged Mini who's upstairs. So
who will cause enough trouble for all of them.
No, don't say that. We're going to cross our fingers this evening.
Do they speak French?
No, not an ounce. I was practicing. We've been practicing.
I suspect they'll be fine. But
I figured.
I mean, Mrs. Runkle did fine in Paris without any French. Although amusingly, she speaks Spanish. And so, like, not tremendously well, but like some. And so every time she heard French, her brain would think that she could respond to that in Spanish. And so there were moments when she would like speak to like a waiter or something, and just she wasn't doing it on purpose. Just her brain was like naturally switching into, I know how to respond to this. And they would just have a look of like, what? Because of course they spoke no Spanish, and Spanish is not close enough to French to be helpful. So that was fun.
My last experience in Paris was basically my best sense that I got was that they want to see you give the effort. Once you give the effort, they don't want to see you butcher their language. So they immediately switch into English and start talking to you.
See, my French is good enough that they would actually speak to me in French. Yeah,
mine is not.
Yeah, that's fair.
So there were requests by Mini 1 and Mr. Manager for any local food spots that they need to check out. So if you guys have any of those, leave them in the comments, please. Because I'm sure that they will check that out when they land sometime tomorrow morning. It is the first time that either one of the Minis have tried one of the across the pond flights, and you and I know how those are.
It's gonna be rough. My 2 bits of suggestion would be 1, be careful because there are pickpockets that operate, and that always sucks if you get tagged. So you got to be really careful with that. Second, if they're willing to do it, try steak tartare.
I don't know that I could convince either of them to. I definitely love steak tartare, but when I eat steak tartare,
one of my favorite things. So
yeah. When I eat steak tartare, heck, when I cook my steak, and I think you've seen me cook my steaks. They are like, I am asking the waiter to bring the cow to the table so that I can just stab it and scare it with the heat there.
Well, you did a little barbecue the one day that we were there. Yeah. And this was funny because Rob is like, hey, how do you like your steak? And he sort of got that like nervous ask to it. And that's like, I really should, ideally, I should still hear the echo of the moo. And he's like,
good.
Good. Because that's how I cook them. I was like, yes.
We can be friends. We can be friends now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other one,
So
the other line I've used is, "Can you bring me a steak that a competent veterinarian could still save?" So
I like that one. I like that one. My other one is just show it the fire to scare it. That's it. Yeah. So how was
yeah,
your
that's
week? How's your 2 weeks been? There's been a lot going on.
I
You've
have
been writing
been
a lot.
working. Yeah, I've been working on a Supreme Court leave application, and for the students out there, if you've been to like college, university, you've probably had the experience of like in high school. 10 pages was like, oh my God, I've got to get a whole, like, I got to write 10 pages and it's going to suck. And then later you get to university and they're like, you have to write 30 pages and it's going to suck.
Yeah.
Well, you know what sucks more than having to write 30 pages for a university paper? Having to write 20 pages for the Supreme Court, because it's so much more challenging, because if they just gave me like unlimited pages, I could do all sorts of things with that. But no, instead I've got to be like, I need to like trim and, go over things. So I'm sure I wrote like 60 pages worth of stuff and then have to like pick and choose and cut, and because you can't use everything. They will absolutely, Supreme Court will just reject it. Like they'll just say, it's over page limit. We will not file it. And if you, if you don't have more time, then now you've got a late filing, and that's a problem. So Elf Liggins who's in the chat, has already sort of gone over one version. I've made some revisions and so forth since then, but yeah, it's tough. It
is. I remember that is one of the worst experiences, and you can revise it, and you probably the last one that I did was I ended up writing. I had about 5 pages done, and I then just did an all-nighter to finish it. Well, I continued to revise the damn thing over and over and over and over, and I don't even know how many red lines I had of this, where you're cutting single words out. Like like you're going through and you're like, you're picking words that are fewer letters. Like that was another thing I found is you end up going through and you're going, how can I say this in a smaller word?
Yeah.
It is.
Can I chop this word down? Can I know at least one person who has submitted something to the Supreme Court in Canada where they intentionally omitted words because they just were like, well, they're going to know what it means. And if I just leave out this word, I will get away with it. Like they're not going to,
that's not the worst. That's not the worst mentality. I don't know that that's the worst thing I've ever heard of, because you know that you can read things naturally and logically. You will actually read through and write over top of a word that is naturally supposed to be there and not even process it. Now, if you forget a semicolon or a comma, that might have more serious implications than just a word being missing.
Yeah, that can be a big. There's a case in Canada where it was like millions of dollars were lost to a missing comma, and it's like, whoops.
It's not uncommon. There's a code section in the bankruptcy code that allows for, and it's based on a paragraph that Congress left hanging out in the indent, right? It didn't have a separate subparagraph, but it was a hanging paragraph. And this one hanging paragraph in the bankruptcy code allowed for people to completely, they call it stripping off, but you would basically take away, it would eliminate the liability on a second mortgage when there's no equity securing the home. Like, so if the entire second mortgage is entirely unencumbered, like there's only 500,000 of equity, and your primary mortgage loan is 600,000, and the second mortgage is 200,000. That second mortgage can just be gone. See you later, because of a freaking indent in the code.
The $5 million or the $1 million comma was the case of Alliant versus Rogers, and the paragraph is, this agreement shall be effective from the date it is made and shall continue in force for a period of 5 years from the date it is made, comma, and thereafter for successive 5 year terms, comma, unless and until terminated by 1 year prior notice in writing by either party. And so Rogers' argument was that they needed that the contract was in 5-year blocks. And so Alliance said, no, we can give you 1 year's notice and not have like the whole 5-year blocks. And the thing is, if you remove that last comma, then Rogers is right. But that other comma says that Alliant is right and that they were able to terminate. And so that was $1 million worth of contract that they were able to terminate early. And whoops. So, yeah.
His mispronounced name is, does the law require the use of an Oxford comma? No, but I do. I annihilate any person who puts something in front of me and does not have the proper Oxford comma in there, gets sent back with red, overemphasized. Yeah. Analytical Barney, me equals cutting out words when writing super chat.
That is another space limited thing.
It's another space limited thing. Same concept, way bigger implications. Yeah. It's been a wild few weeks. So I was in Vegas. I'm not sure. I posted that on YouTube so people could see that I was there, and I actually got permission to share a photo, big family photo. So it's in a post. You guys can go check that out. But got to see Spidey up close in person, watch the show. The kids got to watch the show. Their eyes were wide open. They couldn't imagine. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. I personally couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was really pretty incredible. Now Vegas, maybe they might have been a little bit young for Vegas, but it was a lot of fun. I'll tell you, I'm not going to do it again with kids that age. We're going to wait until they're a little bit older.
Yeah, Vegas is a bit of a, is a bit of a. It's not designed for youngins.
I mean, there's a lot of activities that can be done, and there were a lot of things that we did that were a lot of fun for the kids. But, like for example, one can only exist in an arcade for so long. Now, let me caveat that an adult can only exist in an arcade for so long.
It's true. Children, I could only stand to be in an arcade for somewhere between 24 to 72 hours would be my top end.
The kids, though, and the entire concept of money has not really dawned on them as far as what certain things cost. So we play all these games for almost 3 or 4 hours, right? You're playing these games and they have all these tokens, and they go through and they go to get their reward from the tokens. They get these little cheap, junky trinkets. And they're like, this is great. See what I was able to get with all that I earned with the games that we played. And I'm going, here's the thing, kid. Had we taken the money,
this is not a financially.
Yeah. Exactly. This transaction is not what you think it is. But you know what? Just to see the look on their face, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's the time to not do the lesson about finances, because yeah, I mean, you're not going to make them any happier doing that.
Yeah, for most people, the financial lessons should come before Vegas, because the ones who learn the financial lessons in Vegas generally do so in a very sad fashion.
Yeah, Vegas teaches some financial lessons, but they are difficult financial lessons.
Yeah. But oddly enough, I've been time. Good to see you for Leo's super spring break. And shenanigans fun. You know what Leo and I are going to be doing? Spending time in the shop. That door is going to be open and we're just going to be in the shop all weekend long. I finally am going to get, God, I love my family. It's wonderful. It's amazing. But
I love how you got to put the caveat on it, because it's like, I love them so much.
I do.
But I also, yeah.
The
quiet. I see somebody in the chat who's got exactly the right thing, which is what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but it's more the money you bring to Vegas stays in Vegas.
That's true. That's true. My shop has needed time and patience, me having dedicated time to put things in order, which is like, I can't go out there. When you have your shop all ready to go and you can go out there and make something real quick, right? And it's
I don't know what that's like, actually.
Well, I was going to ask the wrong person. Ideally, if your shop is in order, you can go outside into the shop and quickly make something without really needing to exert too much mental stress or pressure. However, if your shop is in a remarkable state of disarray, you need to dedicate a lot of mental energy to getting it into a place of organization. In other words, I need a very solid ADHD shiny penny moment with the shop, like to be out there organizing. And I can't have that when you've got little ones running around doing all the crazy stuff, right? And all the different tasks and chores that we have to do when they're here. So I get to use this opportunity when the little ones are away and when manager is away where I'm not being managed, I can be entirely unmanaged and unsupervised and be in the shop unsupervised.
You're going to wear safety equipment, right?
Yes. Safety equipment will be worn. I promise you. I can't wait for my family to go away so I can miss them properly. Kind of. Yes.
That is actually genuinely a thing.
Yeah. Chris M96, what is this organized shop thing? Sounds odd. Yeah, I know. Very strange, right? It's a foreign thing to me too. I can't wait to see what it looks like. Who knows? We're going to find out together. Yeah, that's been needed. Gen V says everyone needs a break from others sometimes. Yeah, you always do. There's what's the doormat and the other ones? Everyone in your life brings you joy. Someone they come, someone they leave. Emily Hart, I needed y'all after my day. Hopefully it's making it a little bit better. We've got some craziness to watch because I started dipping my toe into the Lori Vallow.
I thought about covering that one, and honestly, it just kind of feels like I don't know. I'm glad you'll be having some of that up there, because it'll be more fun with another person, because me just doing it on my own, it's kind of like how do I put this? It's like laughing at the special needs kids. It's just not.
It's really bad. It is.
And the thing is, she actually does better than your average bear.
There are some times where she makes a decent point, and it's just.
She struggles, but there are times when it's like, oh, you're at least going somewhere on this. Like, I get
it's
that
not
there's
the
at
right
least
direction.
An argument. Well, often she doesn't know the rules of evidence, and it's like, I know the argument you're trying to make, and I also recognize that it is sad that you don't know how to make the argument you're trying to make. And I wish I could come out there and be like, hey, so here's the argument you're trying to make. Let's let's try to help, and let's try to get you fixed up here. But just because I think everybody should have a a proper defense, right?
Oh yeah, I agree. Everyone should have a proper defense. Now I can see in the questions she asks, I can see exactly why she fired her team. because she wants to get at very specific points, and she wants to go down very specific avenues of questions, and just no lawyer in their right mind would be asking half the questions that are being asked.
Oh,
And
I don't know if you've got it as a moment you want to cover, but there's a moment when the judge is like,
yes,
are you sure that this is where you want to go? And she's like, yep. And and then they ask the prosecution, what about you? Do you have any objections? And the prosecutor's like, nah, fam, I'm good. I was just like,
see, that part I didn't catch. I didn't catch that specific part. I actually, because I was playing catch up, I popped over to East Idaho News, who I found has really good coverage of it, and they actually have caught some of her best moments.
I think I saw the
By
same
best
one,
moments,
and
I
it's
mean,
in there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's what we're going to go through this evening. That's what I want to go through. I want to go through the highlights of her cross-examination, because
yeah, no, there's a moment when the judge is like, you need to understand you're opening up like all the cans of worms here. And she's like, that's what I want to do. And the judge is like, well, I don't have the power to stop you because this is just a strategic issue. Like, you're allowed to ask these questions. And what is it? But then he asked the prosecutor, you don't have any objections, do you? And they're like, nope. And I was like, of course you don't.
We're good. Oh my gosh. It is so. It's also one of those things where I believe that everyone should have a proper defense. I also believe that this person is objectively probably one of the most evil people I've seen, just based on her own comments that she made during her sentencing. It was one of the hardest things I remember watching. So is it hard to watch some people fail and flounder? Yes. Is it hard to watch her fail and flounder? Less so.
Yeah, there is a certain amount of, well, she's getting the representation she deserves. So
yeah. So without further ado, because I know it's going to be kind of interesting to go through it, why don't we do that? Let me catch up on these chats, make sure that I'm getting caught up. Cherry Mills, thanks for being a member for 27 months. Linda Santiago, we've missed our guys. So glad you're on tonight. Thank you guys for being here, and thanks for sticking around. I'm sorry, it's been a couple of weeks. It's been difficult. Our family has also been. We're doing that thing, Ian. You know, where one of you gets sick, and then gives it to the other person, and then gives it back to the other person, and then gives it back to the other person, and then you're just like the rotating sphere of sickness. I know that you know that, because you and Mrs.
Runkle, yeah, we've been passing things back and forth, going, "Yep, this is just wonderful."
Oh, I did find out that Leo does not have ringworm. It is not ringworm.
Oh, what have you got?
So, here's a funny story. It's not a funny story. I had to take my dog to a dermatologist.
So he's got some other butt condition?
It wasn't a butt condition. I had to take my dog to a dermatologist. $782 later.
He's like, I have diagnosed your dog. He's just a bad dog.
He's not a bad dog. But $782 later, it's just like, yeah, my dog has a dermatologist. And it ends up being a very resistant skin bacteria, like a staph infection.
Ooh.
And it was like, I was asking, well, you know, why was it that the prior rounds of antibiotics didn't kill it off? They said it's just because the prior rounds took were 10 to 14 days, I think. And this one happens to be rather stubborn in that you have to have the antibiotics in your system for like 3 weeks. So he's like, so we're going to do 5 weeks of antibiotics. I was like, Holy crap. Okay. Well,
and you're like,
treatable.
well, the yeah. You're like, well, dog's gonna love taking pills. So
yeah. It was so at least it's, and the other thing, the benefit about it not being ringworm is the regimen of cleaning this house, scrubbing every surface, and telling the kids not to touch the dog or pet the dog, that can stop now. So thankfully that is come to an end. But that was fun. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, it's going to be 5 weeks of fun. Mortgage the house for pet bills. Yeah. Oh gosh. It was been wild. Okay, let me see if I can't catch up. Tumwater Troy, thanks for getting a membership. Tumwater Troy, glad to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you as well. Glad to have you here. Sardinisms. The French word for vegan cheese is fromage. Oh my gosh.
Okay, that made me happy. That was good.
Great. I'm gonna save that one just because it made me laugh. Thank you for that, Sardinisms. For the kids, but Your Honor, ADHD says no page rules. Nope, it still says page rules. Thanks for the kids. Light Queen, good evening from Van Isle, Canada. So glad for FNF. Thank you for being here. Jen Joe, thanks for the gifted membership. Baby Steps, thanks for the gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Light Queen, currently in the midst of an organizing tornado with all my craft supplies, new shelves, new tote boxes, all the things. Yeah, I went down the route of printing multi-board, which is back there. Organization is itself a lovely activity. Jedi Jess, she has advisory council. I don't think she listens, Lori. No, I don't think she does. She has her opinions on what she's going to do. Kaylee, quadruple threat. Imagine the torture of being standby counsel for Lori Vallow Daybell. I cannot imagine the torture. I honestly can't. I can't imagine the torture.
It's probably not actually that bad being standby counsel because you're just sitting there going, I mean, you're sitting, even if standby counsel gets brought in to be full counsel, standby counsel is like, I didn't fuck this. Somebody else fucked this.
That's true.
Could you let's imagine, how do I put this? Let's imagine a different profession. Let's imagine that you are standby mechanic for somebody and they're trying to fix their car and you're the standby mechanic. Yeah. And you're sitting there and you see the first tool they pull out to fix their car is the flamethrower.
Oh, yeah.
And then after that, they pull out like the angle grinder and the sledgehammer. Mm-hmm. And you're just sitting there going, there is not a person in the world who will blame me if this car never runs again. And so if I get tapped in to be like, let's get this car running, I will try my best and be like, yep, car, it broke. And they get paid full freight to be there because they're going to get paid for their time and all of that. And so literally you just get to be paid full mechanic rate to watch somebody else destroy their car. And at the end of it, you're just like, shit's broke, yo. And you collect your paycheck. It's, I mean, tougher would be if she was actually running a case where she had a shot, but
there's no shot in this case. There's no chance. No chance.
I mean, there could be a shot. Is it a death penalty state?
I think it is on the table in this case.
Sorry, that was a little dark.
Oh, Ian, I missed you, my friend. But yeah, it's like being standby surgeon and the primary surgeon says, "I'll have my mini chainsaw, please." You're like, okay.
No, I need the I need the full size.
I need the full size. Nope, mini one's not working. I need the full size one, please.
And you're just all right. So, yeah.
Happy Annie, favorite minute. Nancy Joe says, "Don't flatter yourself." That's in there. I know that's in there. Lola, the good dog. Lola says, hi, woof to all your good dogs. Hi, Lola. Mia Mini 95. Hey, from Romania, I'm being blessed to see my first Law Tubers being together. It's 4 a.m. for me, and I'm just so happy to get a live in. Glad to have you here. It's 4 a.m. Are you up after a late evening, or are you up early for the next morning? Or feel free not to tell us, because it's your life. You don't got to share those details. Glad to have you here. Just because, thank you for relaxing Friday night stream after a crazy ass week. I figured we all had one of those, so might as well. Mia Mini, thank you for gifting memberships. Fiona W, thank you for gifting memberships. Much appreciated. Opposite of Amnesia for Leo's butt stuff from my pup Ruby, who tore her cornea last week. Oh no, by poking her eye with a stick. Dogs and children just try to, their survival instincts are just not there, really. Mama Bets, do I have pet insurance? No.
Ooh,
not
bad
that covers this.
Oh, that's fair. You've got like emergency,
like the emergency one. Yeah, that covers this, not that covers the dermatologist. Mia Mini, I know the struggle. Just 3 cats. One of them right now has a leg muscle problem that I'm trying to figure out if it's better to go to a vet or not. Yeah, it is not the easiest question. DSN, we need you both to get healthy. From your lips to God's ears, I mean it. Like, I would love to. It'd be great. Lori Leanne, have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you, Lori. Sandy, please like and subscribe. Yes, please hit the like button, guys. It's been a while. YouTube has forgotten that I am alive. I'm trying to remind them, so please hit the like button if you will. Unhinged Honey Badger, hello. Haven't been on in a while. I've been busy preparing to move in with the new fiance. Congratulations. In Edmonton at the end of the month. Look at that. You got neighbors.
Oh, nice.
5 hours away from where I live now. Oh, neighbors that are newly moved to your location. So check out Ian, our Edmontonian criminal defense lawyer.
You may run into me, hopefully not in a criminal defense capacity.
Yes, at the grocery store or at a meal out. One of those places, not criminal defense.
Yeah. I generally recommend people avoid meeting me at the at work.
Not a good place to meet. Thank you for gifting memberships, DSN. Vez, hey Rob, I'll be in Washington D.C. May 4th through the 11th. That's wonderful news. Please let me know as you get closer. Reach out and I'll see if I can't find something to move around. Rather, move schedule around to find time to hang out. I'm trying to figure out. I've never figured out the lighting down here. It drives me nuts. Crazy Cat Queen spent nearly 5,000 on Odysseus, one of my cats. Okay, that's a badass name for a cat, by the way. Are they doing a live action of the Odyssey coming up soon?
I don't know.
Make one. Please don't butcher that. That's a great story.
You know they're going to butcher it.
Back to that. I know they will. Spent nearly 5K on Odysseus, one of my cat's bladder stones. Poor guy. He now has 2 meds he has to take for the rest of his life. He's 4. The meds are $67 a week.
Ooh.
Wow. Wow. I really need to get my 501c3 filed. Yes, you do. Poor cat. Poor Crazy Cat Queen. That's rough.
I just had to do my taxes because the deadline is April 15th. And if it's not done by April 15th, you pay penalties.
Yeah.
And YouTube, if you're Canadian, they withhold nothing. So
same with the US.
I had to pay full taxes on all of that. And I mean, it wasn't too bad, but it was still bad enough that I had to go into the bank to pay it. Because when I tried to pay it via direct, like online transfer, the bank was like, somebody's robbing this guy. They're taking all his money. It's like, you're not wrong, but it is a legitimate thing.
Yeah, so, it's not fun. Yeah. This time of year is not fun. Cosmo, I didn't fuck this. Ian 2025. Yep, there you go. There's your quotable. Ohio Palm Mom, stakes are low for this trial. She's doing life. She is already doing life. H Scorpio, JD Esquire LLM. Fun fact: the chainsaw was invented for surgery. Fun fact. That was a terrible idea.
That's not a fun fact.
It's not.
Like, we have a
It's
different definition of
terrifying.
what's fun.
Imagine seeing a surgeon say, "So this is the tool I'm gonna be using on your body." It's pulling
I
out
mean,
his
there's plenty of things that were invented for surgery that maybe you don't want to have during surgery anymore. Like,
yeah, like a
you know,
nail in the head, that was invented for surgery too.
well, or like things like rectal feeding was invented for surgery.
Oh my
But I think we're all glad if we don't have that happening in our surgeries.
I don't want that
The IV
happening at
drip made that
all.
obsolete, and we're all very glad for that particular obsolescence.
Although, if you find a dumb enough college kid, they'll try it with a bottle anyways.
Oh, and there have been fatalities from that.
Yes, there have. Torin 3 still on 2x catching up, but description of the perfect steak, apply marinated choice, set on plate, and lovingly describe a fire to it. Yep. That's the one. I like that a lot. Lovingly describe a fire to it. That's great. Me and Minnie, next morning, it's like the 12th right now. Okay, there you go. Next morning, you're up early. Lady Fang, of the 5 people there, Lori is the only one alive. Phoenix, yay, FNF, glad you're back. Thank you for being here. Teddy Bear, 1287, try 40,000 for my dogs eating yarn. Holy crap.
Ooh, that's the world's most expensive yarn.
Yeah.
Anytime I ever hear a knitter complain about yarn, I'm going to just tell them that, I'm aware of more expensive yarn than there.
Yeah, I would say that very much is. Yeah.
It's like
Lindsay Green from sitting upon my geriatric floofy feline nephew. He's mad that his parents went to Paris without him and refused to use his litter box all 2 weeks in protest. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's nothing good comes of that.
No, and cat spray is terrible. Oof. Okay, that's just that might just be move. Like that just might be the remedy to that one. Just move, burn your stuff and move.
It's like just set fire to everything. We don't live here anymore.
I'm gonna start over. Sergeant Buchanan's tainted evidence. Perfect for FNF. Washington now wants to tax dating apps. Seriously?
Like, tax how? Like, it's gonna cost money to like.
Washington lawmaker proposes a tax on dating apps to fund domestic violence survivor bill.
What? That's kind of offensive in its implications.
Hang on, let me see if I can't find this article.
It's like the implications on that one are really kind of obnoxious.
Here, local Fox 13 Seattle. So local news. Here's the article, or here's an article. Washington legislature considers tax on online dating companies.
Can't even find love anymore without the government trying to, trying to dinghy on it.
To generate millions of dollars. That's the goal of one bill in Washington state targeting online dating companies. What they're saying, the House bill sponsored by Lauren Davis wants to tax companies $1 per month for every Washingtonian using an online dating service. Oh, they're going to make it harder for you guys to find people. Come on. That's not fair. I know several people who found love on dating apps. While still working out the number, Rep. Davis says about 500,000 people in Washington are currently using online dating apps, so the measure could generate around 6 million every year for the state. So how is that going to work? The money would go solely towards domestic violence programs. I don't know how I feel about any of this. University of Pennsylvania studies showed that dating partners had more cases of domestic violence than married spouses. Around 40% of dating relationships started online. Well, these are statistics that don't mean anything when put together. Like, that's not the same thing. No scheduled hearing yet. but wants to discuss it towards the end of session. All right. So that is a thing. Huh. Sure.
It's like, thanks, I hate it.
I don't like that at all. So you're going to tax people that are entering the dating pool or trying to date online because some people are victims of violence in interpartner relationships? You're going to correlate those two for what reason? That was dumb. I now feel worse. I don't like that. Okay.
Let's be honest. It's just because the government has a fetish. And if you're dating, they want to get their fetish on. And their fetish is taxation.
Taking your money. Yes.
So, somewhere there's a politician who's like, I just can't get it going unless somebody else is paying for it.
Yeah. Aurora H. White. Hopefully Leo gets better. Home tonight from surgery, enjoying FNF. Might doze in and out, coupled. But all offending items are gone. Glad the surgery was successful. And you can doze in, doze out, however you want. Mia Mini, taxes are in two pieces here, so EU is better. I hate taxes. I'll just say that from here. It's just guess how much money you owe the government, and if you're wrong, we tax you more and hit you with penalties. If you're right, then you don't get a reward, and if you overestimate, then we get to keep your money. That's what the government says. Just because there's always more expensive yarn. True. I don't know, more than 40,000. Witchy Girl Games. I got my cochlear implant surgery done next month. In 2 to 3 after that, I'll be able to hear the birds again. That's wonderful.
Oh, that's amazing.
Wonderful. That's great news. That made me feel better. It's wonderful news, Witchy. Non-Mouse Philly D just did a story about predators using apps to find victims. Apps know and do nothing. I'm not surprised about that, but again, the taxing of the apps and the people that are using the apps, I mean, that's kind of user targeted. Can't you go after the actual? I mean, it just seems like you're creating a tax that's specific to something that is meant to address something that is not causing. I don't know. Very strange. So, okay, that got us caught up. Only one rabbit hole in. Let's turn it over to Lori. Shall we? Sure. Yeah. This is gonna be so interesting. All right, let me make sure I've got the volume boosted. Let's do that. Wait, where'd that go? Hang on. And share screen. Share the tab. Ah, yes, I have forgotten the swoop. Go off YouTube for
You can't forget the swoop. People will never forgive you for you forget the swoop.
They will not. They will not. Swoop. Double swoop. There we go. Okay. Also going to probably go off camera for a second because I'm getting notes that the feed is pausing a little bit. So I'm going to try and find a hardwire into the router. So without further ado, I present to you Lori Vallow Daybell.
Detective Coons, I know we didn't really establish yesterday. I know that you're retired. Is that okay if I call you Detective Coons, or would you prefer something else?
Detective is fine.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just say that's a name you have to pronounce really carefully?
Yes. I will also say that based on my initial view of this, the very start of this, I'm going, she's off to a good start. That was actually a very polite way of saying something.
That was actually smooth. Like I would show new lawyers just like, hey, this is actually a pretty good way to introduce yourself to, to the witness.
Yeah. I mean, mine is oftentimes where someone takes the stand or I have difficulty pronouncing their name. I ask them how they would like me to pronounce their name or how they would like to be referred to. Not that bad. It wasn't bad.
Yep. Detective Coons, yesterday you testified that no stippling was found as a result of the shot on my husband's chest. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, none was found.
Okay. So would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed in his defense interview that there was stippling found in that shot?
Would it surprise me that he had found it? Not necessarily based on the information.
It's a bad question.
Okay. Would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed that the shooter would have had to be 2 to 4 feet away for that stippling to be present?
And this is from your interview or from the report?
From the interview.
Okay. No, that actually would still be consistent with my observations at the scene.
Okay, great. If someone very muscular like my husband were 2 to 4 feet away from you holding up a bat, would you consider that a threat?
And I don't object to speculation, relevance.
Your Honor, I'm asking.
So this prosecutor doing a lot of objections. I caught a couple where she was just objecting. She lets her get away with a lot before objecting.
Oh, she's
But,
cutting her slack.
I
That's
mean-
the thing is. And I mean, it is
I also
right
just
and
love the
proper
tone.
to. It is right and proper to cut slack for a self rep that is reasonable and appropriate. So, yeah, I got no issue with that. But yeah, the whole thing is like,
For his opinion as a professional and as a firearms expert.
He's not, okay.
That goes to the ultimate
hold on.
decision.
the judge is like, he's not
Objection
actually a firearms
sustained
expert.
and
So,
calls for a legal conclusion.
It calls for a legal conclusion?
Yes, move on.
Were you
by the way, if you're
present,
wondering what the legal
Detective, when my
conclusion
husband was
is
shot?
self-defense is a
No,
legal
ma'am.
conclusion.
Yep.
You can't
Is there a
ask the
video
witness if he
recording
thought
of
it
it?
was self-defense.
To my knowledge, no.
So is your opinion then an educated guess about what really happened?
It's based on known facts.
Okay. Were you aware, Detective, that my husband and my brother were very good friends?
No, ma'am, I didn't know the relationship.
He's
Did
like,
you
no,
know
ma'am,
they
I
hung
don't
out and
care.
played golf together?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm going somewhere with this.
Jail.
That doesn't usually get that. That's one of those phrases that sounds that you hear in movies, right? It's one of those phrases that you hear in movies. You're like, huh, that sounds very lawyerly.
The thing is
But it's
you
not.
can sometimes ask the judge to say, like, because sometimes the relevance of something won't be immediately apparent. I've had things like, I asked a witness, like, hey, isn't it the case that you take this medication? And the judge was like, Mr. Runkle, like, I just cannot see any relevance to that. I was like, can you give me a little bit of give me a little bit of rope here?
Yeah.
And the judge was like, okay, sure. And, they're like, well, yes. And I'm like, do you have the medication with you? And they're like, well, yes, which was actually lucky for me because otherwise I had to bring in somebody else to testify about it. So and I was like, great. Can you read me the side effects? And they're like, yes. Anyway, one of the side effects is blurred vision. And the judge is like, Mr. Runkle, I see where you're going now. Proceed. It's like, yeah. So, sometimes they'll give you a little bit of, but the thing is you have to know what you're doing for that. Especially because it's really easy to ask for, like, can I have some room? And they're like, yes. And then you're just if you're not actually able to deliver on it, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah. It's just, I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh, I guess.
My follow-up question will explain.
I guess you can answer.
That move, by the way, will actually usually work. Like, one more question, judge, and I'll make the connection. That will usually work. Not bad right there. Now, does she follow through and make the connection?
So if you knew that they played golf.
I did not know.
In all of your investigation of my life, you never came across this information?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with my husband's wishes for his funeral?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Relevance, by the way,
Did
just
you
as an
learn in your
objection.
investigation
Um,
that he named my brother Alex as one of his 5 best friends?
And I'm going to object again.
There's another way to
relevance.
phrase it, which is just basically objection. Who gives a shit?
Yeah. Kind of. What the hell is it? What does it have to do with anything? How is that going to change the mind of anyone on the jury? How does that matter at all? It doesn't. Did you know that he liked to golf on the weekends? What? Was he killed with a golf club? No, he was shot. Also, a lot of these questions become very, very twisted if you actually put in context. If the jury has reached the conclusion, which I'm sure they have, but because they listen to the opening statements, but if the jury is of the mindset that Lori conspired with her brother to shoot her husband in the chest, and that this was something that was the desired outcome, then asking questions of the detective about the husband's wishes for their funeral
Is just
doesn't
pissing the
do
jury
very
off.
well. Yeah. And there's
Yeah.
a lot of those questions that are coming. It is wild that this happens.
Oh, I mean, some of them she starts like getting into, isn't it the case that I had a motive to kill him? And I'm like, wait, really? Like, that's your approach here, is just to be like, isn't it true I totally really wanted to kill him? I'm like, all right. And also some of the questions are like, isn't it true that the deceased was a jerk? And the thing is, there is a time and a place for, isn't it true that the deceased was a jerk? It can be a great question if the deceased is like, if you caught the deceased like, in the middle of having sex, not with the neighbor, but the neighbor's like, dog,
Don't finish
child.
it. Don't. Yep.
Yeah.
Why did I know your head was going there? But yes, I get the point. There's a lot of this that's just, finally freed. The prosecutor's tone in these objections is great. It's just like relevance, objection, speculation, Your Honor. Like it's the very much blasé of going, I don't want to be here. What the hell is happening? Come on.
Sustained.
I put it to 1.25 because if we do it at one speed, we're going to go nuts.
Did you read the reports in this case?
I did not read all of the reports in this case. No, I have read mine and have authored mine, but I have not read the other reports.
None of the other reports except for your own?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with the follow-up report you wrote dated July 29th, 2019?
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific.
Did you review your reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, but I have not memorized the dates of when I made a report entry.
Okay. Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
He's like, sure, why not?
Thank you.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and correct copy of your report, Detective?
I believe it is.
And those Bates pages run from what to what, please?
They're obscured in the footnotes of it, but it looks like it's 126 through 131.
Okay. And on the last page of your report, on Bates page 131, you explain what a shored wound is.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read that underlined portion?
I'm going to object to hearsay to reading it.
Sustained. You can ask him to explain what a shored wound is.
Okay. Can you explain to us what the shored wound is that you explained in your report?
Yes, a shored wound would be a wound created as an exit wound where the projectile is exiting the body and the body is either up against a firm surface or firm material like spandex type thing. That's how it's been explained to me.
Okay. That's fair. You said held in place by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, and it says in your report, did you, in fact, collect my husband's clothing?
Yes.
Okay. And you took the clothing, it says, to the property storage facility. Is that correct?
Yes, it went to a drying cage.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I can't say that I am.
Okay. Were you aware that on July 29th,
He's like,
2019, my
"I
husband
do
was
not
wearing a
fashion."
$200 bamboo workout shirt?
Objection relevance.
He can answer if he knows.
I have
What?
no idea what the cost is.
Rob, can you pause? Are you
Are you
able
aware
to
that
pause?
bamboo is a heavy-duty fabric, not to rip or tear except under extreme conditions?
I've not done any research into
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, the bamboo thing.
So it's a whole choice when she's like, "Are you aware that that he was wearing a $200 bamboo, thing?" And I'm
I
like,
didn't catch that
why
part.
are you dropping? Like, she's proud of the amount.
I know. I
She
didn't catch
wants
that
to-
part.
She wants to drop that they, that they have nice things, and I'm like, oh my. Don't.
Well, is it
don't.
is it that he's wearing a $200 workout shirt so he deserves to be shot? Like,
No, her argument is that just that he could have been standing up when he was shot, because this particular kind of injury shows that he was pressed up against something, but it could also be caused by tight clothing. And where she's trying to get to is, couldn't it be that this shirt was tight enough that it created the effect of as if
No.
he was wearing spandex?
yeah, the
Great.
answer is no.
But the way you do this is you could say, like, did you inspect the shirt? Yes. Were you aware that it was a bamboo workout shirt? No, I wasn't aware it was bamboo. I don't know if that means anything. And then, isn't it the case that this is a tight shirt that could create the same,
That's the question.
So, and that's how you get to that, right? So, and the thing is, it's still dumb. Like, you don't have to go with that, but yeah.
Bamboo is the new Kevlar. The bamboo was stronger.
Yeah, he couldn't possibly have gotten shot because it was a. No, that's not actually where they're going with that.
No, but it.
bamboo fabric.
Okay. So could this fabric of his shirt have caused the wound to be short?
It could have been a contributor, but it would not have been in this particular case.
Why so?
Don't ask the
Instead-
witness why you are wrong.
Don't do that. The thing is,
Because the
scored a
witness
point.
will explain. The thing is it could have, but not in this particular instance, is actually pretty good. You're like, and you could play off that to undermine the particular instance. You can be, you didn't inspect this shirt, right?
Yeah.
You don't actually know, because this shirt, you never actually tested and saw
And-
how tight the shirt was on him.
And
You didn't,
here's-
analyze the material, any of these things. But instead, she's like, please explain why I am wrong. He's like, okay.
And here's the other challenge. Detectives are professional witnesses, which means that they do stuff just like that, which is, instead of answering the question directly, right, which the direct answer would have been, it could have. That would have been a direct answer. He goes on and adds the second part, which is, but not in this case. Now, if you were a lawyer, a practicing trial lawyer, to cut that detective off before he gets to the second part of his answer, or that it's going to come out that way. She just walks right into it and just lets it happen. And is it evasive the way he answers it? Yeah. She was about to score a point, a stupid one, but she was about to score a little bit of a point. And then he just drives his truck through it and says, but not in this case. And then she does the dumbest thing, which is the follow up with the lovely open-ended question, which, to Ian's point, really says, please explain to me your narrative.
Please explain why I'm wrong. Provide
Yes.
full details and like a diagram. And it is so bad.
Yeah, the
Body
detective's
would have
gonna
been on the
watch.
floor where the bullet defect was, in the floor.
So you just said in your report earlier that a short wound could be caused by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that could not have happened in this case?
The shirt did not appear to be tight clothing to me.
Well, it was made of bamboo, as we established, right?
You didn't actually
Is that correct?
establish that. You just said
I
that.
am taking your word for it. I do not know that it's a bamboo shirt.
Okay.
Yep,
And you did not
there you
investigate
go.
that at
And
all.
now she
ma'am.
just backtracked.
But you had the shirt in your possession.
What this also now we're on a side quest. We're on a side quest to cross-examine the detective because he didn't examine the shirt.
It was seized as evidence.
That at all.
I am taking your word for it. I do not know that it's a bamboo shirt.
Okay. And you did not
So now we
investigate
don't
that
know
at
it's a
all.
bamboo shirt.
No, ma'am.
We did actually.
But you
know
had the
that
shirt in your
before she
possession?
started talking.
It was seized as evidence, yes.
And you never checked what kind of fabric it was.
No, ma'am.
And you never checked if that could be a possibility.
No, ma'am.
And you knew that spandex was kind of a material that could make that kind of short mark that you just mentioned, correct?
It would have to be super tight clothing.
Super tight clothing.
Yes.
Or a fabric that's even stronger than the spandex that you mentioned.
The strength of the fabric, I don't believe, has a huge play in it unless it is form-fitting and compressing the skin, much like a hard surface or firm surface would.
Okay. But what you said in your report was that held in place by tight clothing could cause a short wound.
As has been explained to me, yes.
Okay. Detective, in your report, you mention let's see. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound and not the floor.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Answer.
I'll let him answer.
In this case, it's
I don't know if
stop,
it's
stop.
possible or
She's
not for
already
that particular
dead.
shirt to have caused a short wound.
Because you did not do any investigation about the shirt.
Because the shirt did not appear to be form-fitting and very tight.
Did it cover over the shoulder where the wound kit was?
It
Now
was
we're
a
getting
full
into,
t-shirt at
was
the
it
time.
sexy?
That's what I'm saying. So was the t-shirt where the wound was on his back, where the bullet exited, was his shirt covering that part of his body?
Certainly.
Okay. Was there a hole in the shirt at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
How big was the
Yeah, from where the bullet went in. What are you doing?
hole?
Size of the bullet.
So small.
Oh my
Fabric
god.
stretches and contracts. So it was a bullet size.
Okay. So when you had this shirt and you saw the bullet hole, it was after the shirt had been cut off by the firefighters. Is that correct?
It hadn't been cut off. It had been cut down the middle, down the front,
So just the front was cut. So the back was intact?
minus the defects that we have seen from the bullet and exits. Yes.
So
Okay.
you couldn't tell
So
how
you were able
tight
to
the
measure
shirt
that.
was.
Do you have a measurement for those bullet holes in the shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound, the short wound.
Object again that we
No, Lori, the bullet caused the wound. The type of wound. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. The thing is, there was an original point. The original point that she was trying to make, which was about proximity. Now she has lost that. Long time ago.
And the thing is I can watch this and I can see like how you would do this in a way that doesn't suck. And so how would I do this to unsuck it? You're like, so, he was wearing a bamboo shirt, right? Right. And tight clothing could, create that same effect, like you said with the spandex, right? Correct. Okay. You never checked how tight this shirt was. Personally, no, I didn't. Okay. And when you saw the shirt, it was cut open, so you wouldn't be able to tell how tight it was, right? I guess.
I know.
And this bamboo
Okay, so is it
shirt is
possible
a
that any-
durable material. It would, right? I don't know what bamboo is. So you never checked this. You just assumed it was the floor, right?
Well,
It was what was consistent with the evidence. But the evidence, when you never checked anything else, right? Well, I didn't check those things because I didn't think they were relevant, right? You didn't think they were okay. So, what else didn't you think was... And at this point, you're getting the objection because at this point, I'm, showboating for the jury. But it's like...
Well, and you're
There's
also
a point.
The detective steps in it. The detective makes a big mistake when she's asking about the tightness of the shirt. The detective goes out and affirmatively says it didn't appear to be that tight to me. Now, if you're a practicing lawyer, the second that detective does it, you are jumping down his throat and you are saying it was cut open when you got there, wasn't it? And you start just hammering him on that one point. but she didn't. She just said, okay.
Yep.
She does this a lot. Oh,
And the other
T-shirt
one
could
she
have caused
says
a
is,
short
that's
wound.
fair.
that's fair. Oh,
And I'm like,
yeah,
why are
all the
you
time.
saying that's
Don't say
fair
that.
from a witness that isn't your witness? Like, oh, good. You're saying like that's fair, and it's a witness that you don't like what they're saying.
What was the thing in Liar Liar where he's like, objection, overruled, good call. Yeah.
Sometimes you can use things like that's fair or good answer or something like that with a hostile witness as like the same way you give little tiny treats to your dog. When you've got like a hostile expert and they give you an answer that is not like a douche answer, you could be like, oh,
Yeah.
thank you, right? And then they're like, oh, I'm feeling good because I got this, thank you. And if they're not like super hostile, they can be like, you know, you can sort of win them over to your side where they could be like, oh, I want the lawyer to not be a dick to me and to say nice things, so I will I'll follow along. But you don't do it when they're hurting you.
No, you know when the only time I've ever caught myself, and I thought about this, the only time I ever caught myself when I said that's fair or fair enough is when the answer to my question made it very clear that the question I asked was bad. Like, it's like I phrased that question wrong. It's like, oh, fair enough. That's the correct way to answer my question. Let me get to the actual question I wanted to ask. You know what I mean? Like, where you ask a dumb question and they give you a dumb answer. You're like, you know what? Fair enough. Good call. Let's move on to the next question.
Good call. That was stupid. I need to not do that. We'll, yeah, that's fair.
See, you just did it. That's fair.
Yep.
Wound in any kind of.
And I'm going to object to foundation as to any overly broad.
As an expert.
Let me rule on the.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He's like, let me rule against you, and then you can ask your
as an
next
expert,
stupid
and in your
question.
professional opinion, could that fabric of his shirt that he was wearing that day cause a shored wound?
Again, I'm going to object to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustain.
In the last paragraph of your report, Detective, you indicate that you were able to confirm your suspicion of the body position at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean by suspicion?
Well, at the time, I couldn't see through his body to see the full trajectories, so I did need the information from the autopsy. The trajectory rods helped with that, as well as the doctor's statements. All of that combined did give me the two different bullet paths.
Okay. And then can you tell me, Detective, what happened to my husband's shirt? Do you know where it is now?
It is in evidence, as far as I'm aware.
And it's, when you looked at it, where was it?
The last I physically saw that shirt was when I handed it off to a crime scene tech to put into a drying cage with the instructions, once it was dry, to have it moved into the property facility.
And so did you see it after it was in the property facility?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So you saw it before it was dried, is that correct?
While it was wet from the medical examiner's office, yes.
And that's when you examined it?
I
Can I
had
also
seen it at
say
the
the
scene as
detective's
well.
being very
And then
fair to her?
And not
Because
aggressive.
she's leaving herself open to some moments when a detective who wanted to be a little more unfair to her could absolutely slaughter her. So the last time you saw it was when it was wet, right? Yes, I saw it when it was soaked with your husband's blood.
Yes.
Like, she left that wide open.
Or a couple of times, like, you know, you didn't know that he liked golf, or in your entire, when you researched and studied me, like, no, when I was researching how you killed your husband or had your husband killed, I did not find that.
Yeah, I was studying a murder. We didn't have time to get into golf.
This detective there's cops that are assholes. This detective's not one of them.
No, this detective is actually
straight line. Yeah.
He's actually being real fair to her in ways that she does not deserve, like,
now
at all.
The friends and the former friends are less fair to her.
Oh, I mean, and she deserves every bit of what she gets from them.
Oh yeah. That's the fun part.
Did you ever examine it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you saw it twice.
That's fair.
Okay. So you didn't test it for anything?
I did not.
Did anyone test it for anything?
I do not.
What is the theory there? Is there poison on the shirt? Is that what we're testing it for? Why
He
are we
didn't test it
testing
for
the shirt?
anything, and he's like, "Is there something specific I'm looking for?"
Exactly. Like I didn't test it for blood. You want to know why? Because the wound was right there that poured the blood on top of it.
Yeah.
I knew the blood came from that.
I know.
That you're aware of?
I do not know.
So you're not aware of it?
Correct. I do not know if anybody else tested it.
Okay. Was the wood floor tested for any fragments of the projectile?
It was actually seized, so it was not tested.
What does seized mean?
We cut it out of the floor and kept it.
Right. And then was it tested after it was seized?
No, ma'am.
What are you going to test it for? You don't test a projectile and ask it questions like, did you know where you were shot from? Like, did you know how you came to be in this floor? I don't understand the question.
So the wood floor plank that was taken from my residence was never tested for any fragments of the projectile.
The projectile was intact, minus the deformity to it.
Okay. But there wasn't any reason, are you saying there was no reason to test it?
There had been no implication or indication that there was a request for it to be tested.
And you wouldn't do that to see if the projectile actually hit the floor?
Hang on. This is how I can tell if the projectile hit the floor. Does that look like a bullet hole to you? Yep, looks like a bullet hole to me. Where's the bullet? It's in the wood. Oh, I guess it hit the floor. What test are you gonna do? What are you testing?
Yeah, the leading
Lori?
test for is there a bullet hole in something is that a bullet hole in the thing? Like that is the leading test.
Yeah, where did you find the bullet? Through the hole. How do you know it was a bullet hole? Because the bullet was on the other side.
Or the bullet was like literally in it.
In the floor. They said they had to cut it. They had to cut the projectile out of the floor. So no, they didn't have to test the floor to know that it got hit by the fucking projectile. They had to cut out of the floor. It's not the hardest thing in the world.
No, ma'am. All the other circumstances and information that led up to that decision to seize the floor, everything appeared that it was going to be related to the actual bullet that passed through your husband's body and struck the floor.
Wouldn't testing the floor actually be the easiest way to be sure that the bullet hit the floor?
Not
No.
What
Pointing
sort
at
of
the
test
hole in the
are you
ground.
envisioning?
This is great. We're gonna get out there with a chemical test to see if there's any yeah, what am I trying to say? Oh, we're gonna see if there's any powder trace or if there's any chemical residue left behind by the bullet that clearly went through the fucking hole in the floor.
necessarily would it leave anything behind. Like I said, the bullet was a full metal jacket. It was still intact.
Mm-hmm.
There had been a significant amount of blood that had pooled in it. I do not know if there would be residue left behind in it for testing.
Fair. Okay.
No.
Yeah. That is fair. That's
Was the
fair.
projectile tested for any marks from the floor?
Yes, but that's not where she wants it to be.
No, ma'am.
No, hang on. Did you just hear? Was the projectile tested for any marks from the floor? Yes, Lori. The wood that the FMJ went through left specific
wood could
grain
leave
pattern
marks on
texture. What are you gonna match it up to the fucking floor? Oh.
Were you aware that this was a rental house that we lived in?
I believe I'd heard that.
Okay. Were you aware that we had only lived there for about 3 weeks prior to this incident?
I knew it was a short time period, but I did not know the actual duration.
Did you know that? You know that by the time you wrote this report, right?
I don't recall knowing the exact time frame.
Wait, so is the argument that the bullet that was covered in your husband's blood that was located in the actual floor was somehow left there by the neighbor beforehand? And that you moved in and didn't realize there's a fucking bullet hole?
You know, there's always
It was
these
bloody?
things that happen when you move in. You know, like, you know, when me and Mrs. Runkle moved in, there were some, you know, there were some like wall things that like looked nice that we thought were going to be left behind because they were screwed into the wall. They ripped them out, and it was like, that's sad. You know, stuff like that where they could have just left bullet holes behind. I see somebody saying that it's sad that their favorite lawyers won't be at CrimeCon. I don't even know when CrimeCon is.
The bullet ricocheted out the floor. Those are some damn good floors. The bullet ricocheted out the floor and went into the baseboard. Those are some damn good floors.
I kind of want that floor.
Yeah. I want some bulletproof floors. Although, keep in mind, FMJ threw a body at an angle is going to lose a whole lot of steam, depending on if it hits a bone.
Frame that you had lived there.
Okay. So the defect in the floor of the rental house that we lived in could have already been there before this incident. Is that correct?
Not in my opinion, no.
But it could have.
An objection, you're
No,
asked and
you
answered.
just answered that question.
Sustained.
So of all the divots that we saw yesterday in the pictures on the floor, it could not have been there beforehand?
Again, asked and answered.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The divots,
The judge forgot what the question was. I guarantee you the judge was like, shit. I didn't think you were going to object. Okay. I'll let him
I
answer.
believe you're referring to were extremely smaller than the actual defect, which was still relatively fresh and not sealed like the other divots were.
Okay, can we see? These were previously published, so I can use them, right?
Yeah.
Can we look
Just
at these?
refer to the exhibit number, please.
Okay. Just put it on.
I like this judge. I like this judge. Like, just the demeanor. I feel like I'd get along well.
Detective, can you see that? I can't see that very well from there. So in Exhibit 57, Detective,
I'm looking.
this, where my pin is pointing,
Yes, ma'am.
that's the defect that you're referring to where the bullet struck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, please
Okay.
re-highlight the
And
truck in
this,
there.
these defects were already previously at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they look that much significantly different than that to you?
Yes, they do.
What do you think the measurement difference in that is, in your professional opinion?
There is no scale in this photograph. It would be difficult for me to give you an estimate.
So in your estimation, this defect is much larger than this defect. Is that
He
correct?
didn't say that.
The second defect you're pointing to appears to be wood grain indentations. The other is an actual defect in the board.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, that sucks.
But this defect, this piece of wood that was cut out, was not tested. Is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
Technically correct, but I'll let him answer.
Correct. To my knowledge, it was not tested.
Thank you.
The judge is like, technically correct, but we need to get out of here while we're young.
Yeah.
So we're just going to cut her some slack here.
So do you know, Detective, for a fact, that the defect on my wood floor was caused by the second bullet?
And again, I'm going to object to
God, I love the Perry Mason wind up too. Do you know, Detective, for an actual fact that the defect was caused?
asked and answered.
Sustained.
When we looked at the projectiles yesterday, the one from the baseboard clearly had white paint on it from the baseboard. Is that correct?
Baseboard or the drywall, perhaps.
Okay,
Oh,
but
she's
we
making-
all saw the white paint. Is that correct?
There was a white marking on it.
Was that tested for the white paint?
No, ma'am.
Why are you?
Why not?
Wait, why are you reemphasizing the fact that the fucking bullet had paint that matched the baseboard of the wall? Why are you doing his work for him?
There was no decision made to have it tested.
Because it was logical that it was in the baseboard where the baseboard was painted white, right?
It was very clear that it had passed through your husband and lodged in the baseboard. And upon recovery, there was no deformation to it, indicating that it was.
Detective lost patience. The detective lost patience. He finally did the thing. He goes, it was very clear it passed through your husband. No.
A straight on impact or relatively close so that it embedded itself into the baseboard.
Correct. So it wasn't tested because it really didn't need to be, in your opinion.
Correct.
Okay. That's fair.
Did she just acknowledge that the bullet had passed through her husband and then into the baseboard?
Pretty much. I mean, I would
Next,
just
we
like
looked
to
at the
submit
projectile
it
that, according to
seems
you,
there's some evidence, maybe substantial evidence, that she's not very good at this.
Yeah. I would say that we could stipulate to that.
made the defect in my wood floor. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question. Next, we look at it, but I don't see anything.
Oh, we saw the projectile. Can I find out what exhibit that was?
Your paralegal has all those photographs.
Can we use the actual exhibit?
She can approach and.
Okay.
and
You think she's having fun?
No.
Is this a game for her?
Are you looking for the actual projectile?
Yes.
She has to be doing this for theater. Like she thinks that she's going to get the attention. She likes this. She likes being the Perry Mason. She probably goes back and
do well.
Well, she probably goes back and watches replays. And she's like, I totally did great.
I wonder, do they let her watch the replays?
I have no clue.
Do you want her to hand that to the witness?
Here's an actual decent question. Hang on. This is a good one. If the person with the shock button got an itchy finger and accidentally zapped her, would it cause a mistrial? I don't. It would be potential. I don't imagine that like a quick I was shocked, right, would necessarily do anything. But you're right. It really does depend. If it doubles her over, if it's very clear that there is a shock device attached to her, it very much depends on the circumstances.
If it makes it clear to the jury that she's on a shock device,
and that could very well cause a mistrial.
that'd be the bigger thing is if it, or if it disrupted her at a critical moment.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I could really see the argument for it if it was, especially if it appeared to be intentional. Like if it looked like they'd done it on purpose, then that's a real problem.
Laura, yes, this video, it wraps up the detective in about looks like a couple minutes. But yeah, we go into the other ones.
Is that 239? Okay. Detective, for the record.
Hold up. That vest shock duration is 8 seconds long. Be pretty hard to deny that that's a shock device. If that's 8 seconds, that's paralytic. Like that would put her on the ground. Which is what it's intended to do.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a shock, man. Oof.
Oh, I would not want to volunteer for that.
No, don't sign me up with that one.
You're looking at exhibit 239, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the projectile that we are talking about that you claimed made the divot in my wood floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was that projectile was not tested, is that correct?
Your Honor,
Is that what
I'm
you
going
said?
to object to asked and answered At least 3 times.
Sustained.
Does that projectile look pristine
She's like, I'm
to
going to
you?
object to this question as dumb.
No, ma'am. As I've
and I would
previously
like for this to
testified, it
stop.
is slightly deformed.
What side is it deformed on? What part about it is deformed?
The back end heel area is compressed a little bit so that it's now oval as opposed to circular.
And that would indicate what?
That would indicate that as the bullet struck something firm on its side, it compressed, and then it continued on moving.
Okay. So that's what you mean by a shored wound. It hit up against something. Is that correct?
The terminology as it's been described to me is it's the skin is against a firm surface. So in this particular case, the floor would be the firm surface. So as it's entering or exiting your husband and starting to try to enter the floor is forcing the bullet to kind of ricochet, but the body's still keeping it in place. So it's now deforming a little bit, and it's still expending its energy to escape from underneath the body.
Oh, that was a visceral description. Holy crap. Okay. So, Lori, you open yourself up to that redescription of that, how that takes place. So he was on the ground, shot through him. The bullet is on a trajectory where instead of like ricocheting straight up, it's being trapped by the body and escapes that way. And that's how the deform. Cool. Let the detective explain that so everyone understands that he shot. Oh.
And how much it sucked to get shot.
Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. I'm sorry. I talk about Bruno. I'm now going to see this for the rest of the time that she's doing this, and it's going to drive me nuts. Okay. Hair flip. Oh, I guess, are we going to count the hair flips? Is that what the game is going to be?
And if my husband was in fact laying on the floor, how did he get out from under his body? Wouldn't it have gotten stuck under?
He just described how it happened in visceral fashion. You want me to do it
That's
again?
my question.
Just what?
Could you explain that to me?
I think I just did. So the bullet is a full metal jacket. It still has its energy.
Now he's getting a little
until
salty.
it starts striking things to cause resistance to it to slow it down. It's going to expend its energy at a normal rate. I think I just lost the mic. I'm not sure.
No, it's on.
When it starts striking firm objects, then it'll start bleeding the energy away. And in this particular case, as it's exiting your husband's body, it's impacting bone, it's impacting the flesh that's compressed against the floor, and it's impacting the floor now. So there's going to be a lot of resistance against that. Now, where it exited, it's still not free to just fly like the one that went through his chest and out the back. It's still semi-trapped between your husband's body and the floor. So that's going to cause even more energy drain until it comes to rest.
And how far away from my husband?
The thing is, do you remember who used the term your husband first? Was it the detective or Lori? Who opened that door?
I think she did ages ago.
Well, just the idea of referring to him as your husband to the person who's cross-examining you. If I was a lawyer there, I would object to referring. Was it Lori that did it? Lori opened that door? That was stupid. That was really dumb. Because being able to refer to him as your husband, your husband, your husband, your husband means that every next question, every question that you ask, you are now asking, you're putting that in the mind of the jury. Like you would expect that if I'm asking you a question about how my husband died or my wife or whoever died, if they're a loved one to me, it's going to hurt me a little bit to say my husband, my wife, every single time I say it. With her, it just seems callous every time.
And this is one of the things I, say about self-representing is that there's questions that you can ask as the lawyer that you just cannot ask as the accused. Because if you say something like, every time she says my house, right, that comes off as evidence, right?
Yeah, she owns it.
So
it's her house. It's her husband.
Yep. Whereas, if you, the way a lawyer would phrase this would just be to say, Mr. So, like when you found Mr. So-and-so's body.
Yeah. Or the subject or the victim and
the thing is as the lawyer saying that, that's fine, right? You're just like, okay, yes, that is, a respectful way to speak about that person. But she can't even do that, because if she says, and that's when you found, Mr., there'd be like, why is she saying Mr. about her husband?
Yeah.
But it also sounds creepy when she's talking about her husband. So there is no non-creeptastic way to do this. Everything she does is creepy. And yeah,
I don't know, but the detective being able to respond back with the bullet went through your husband. Like, that is, I mean, if you're the jury at this point, you've got to be kind of a little bit numb to it, I guess. Okay, whoever, I hate you forever. My house in the middle of the street.
the street, my house.
This is weird.
Shoulder was that bullet fragment found? The projectile, I guess.
When it was found, I don't know the exact measurement away from it. I would say a foot or more, maybe.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about the energy. It still had energy to keep moving. Is
Yes.
that correct?
It had enough to escape from being under the body.
Okay.
It was a 45, right?
So because of what you saw at the scene, and you stated in your report that it was your suspicion that that's what had happened, was that my husband was supine on the floor. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was it your suspicion from the start of this investigation that led you to not confirm any other alternative?
What question was that? Was that a question? Did that actually ask a question?
What other alternative, ma'am? My job was to collect the information and put it together with the information that was being collected in the interviews. The information from
Was there an alternative to your husband being shot? Like, it was that? Are you asking if he was stabbed with an ice pick instead of shot? Like,
from the interviews did not completely match everything that I had learned at the scene.
Okay. Well, let's see.
Oh no.
You did not test the wood floor. Is that correct?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
You did not test the projectile. Is that correct?
I'm going to again object to asked and answered multiple times, and I'm going to move to start striking every question.
Sustained.
You did not investigate my husband's shirt.
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Did you call Aloha, Carolina, and ask them about the fabric of my husband's shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Call who?
So would it be fair to say that you made an assumption early on and only investigated the things that
I guess the brand of the shirt was Aloha, Carolina. Let me look this damn thing up. Aloha, Carolina. Caraloha. Bamboo bedding, bath, clothing, and more. Caraloha. Let's see. Men's activewear. Men's activewear shirts. Where's the men's shirts? Men's shirts. Men's t-shirts. These are, it's a $50 shirt. It's $50. 76 for the polo. It's not $200. Why?
that supported that assumption?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Remember in your
45.
report where you stated that the bullet strike to the abdomen had an upward trajectory, passing through the left lung before exiting near the left shoulder.
Yes.
Okay. Could that
Also, tell me you don't know what you're doing without telling me you don't know what you're doing. You're using, well, never mind. Bullet's going to do a bullet, but if you're trying to do the bad, I mean, was it their first time buying ammo for the use against a human?
upward trajectory
I suspect they
have been
just bought
caused by my husband?
whatever was cheap.
That's what it looks like, right? Because you're not.
So for the chat, they keep talking about Full Metal Jacket or FMJ. Full Metal Jacket means that the lead is entirely jacketed with copper.
Yes.
Which means that it tends to stay as one piece. It's one projectile. It doesn't expand. It doesn't anything. What do you use this for? Use this for cheap target shooting.
Yeah.
That's or war. And the reason why you use it in war is because not cheap. Geneva Convention, like there's restrictions on using expanding ammunition because So, but if you're actually using this as a defensive round or a hunting round, what you need is hollow point, expanding, some sort of, or soft point or something where it expands out. And the reason why the expanding out is good is let's imagine our bullet is, I don't know, this Red Bull, which I'm not drinking because it's sugar-free. The Full Metal Jacket will just go and it'll punch a hole about the size of the Red Bull can. And you got to figure that's not actually a whole lot of damage. It's like being stabbed with, I don't know, a coat hanger or, something real thin. Whereas if it's a hollow point, it'll expand outwards. And so you'll get, instead of, let's see, do I have an empty can handy? I do. All right. Now, do I have a knife?
Second it hits resistance, it expands. So it depends on the amount, and that's the quality of ammunition and the style of ammunition depends on what level of resistance it needs to expand.
So I'm doing a little arts and crafts here.
Are you shredding a can off? Do not cut yourself.
I might cut myself. That is a possibility. All right, there is some stuff in that, so let's just finish my drink, use the container. There we go. All right, so, if this is your Full Metal Jacket, that doesn't do a whole lot going through you. But now we sort of cut ourselves, not cut ourselves, but,
don't cut
do
yourself.
A little modification here. And so now we've sort of
imagine it turning into a flower. Yes, like a flower, like a daisy. There you go.
Expanding out. And you see now it's much more like all of this does a lot more damage. It is actually a bigger, it's a bigger diameter. It's, and it may tumble. It may all sorts of things. So this is what you want for a defensive round.
Oh, secondary benefit. It is far harder for object number 2 to leave the body that it had first entered than it is for object number 1. So FMJ likes to go out the body and go douche like to other places and hit other things. Versus,
and when you pull the trigger, you own the consequences of that wherever it goes. So let's imagine you're using Full Metal Jacket and you use this in your house and you live in an apartment. And so it goes through the bad guy.
Use the Lori Vallow. Use her example. It goes through the husband, hits the floor and deflects off the floor.
Yep, but there have been cases where it goes through the bad guy, through the wall, into another apartment, and into some dude who's just sitting there like eating a Hot Pocket. And he's like, why? It's like, well, you don't want to shoot Hot Pocket guy. You want it to stop in the bad guy. So, or this one. Or perhaps a church goes through Helena and into Joel. That would have been a lot less likely if they were using hollow points.
Yeah.
Which doesn't help Helena, but it might have helped Joel. So, but if Helena is there with a chainsaw trying to kill you,
but
we're way off on our analogy here.
The whole idea that the notion that, well, I don't know. I draw conclusions on the FMJ. I don't think a standard juror is going to draw the same conclusion.
The thing is we talk about this. If you're actually in a defensive shooting, there is no winning. Because let's imagine you're using Full Metal Jacket. They'll be like, Full Metal Jacket, like the army uses. And you're like, yes, because the army is dumb and they're required to use this because of stupid treaties that were dumb when they were like this. the particular treaty about like not using expanding ammunition is stupid, and that part should be repealed. But regardless, it is there. But that's why they use Full Metal Jacket. So, but they'll be like Full Metal Jacket, like the Army uses. And then if you are using Hollow Point, they'll be like Hollow Point, like the police use, and because it's extra good at killing people. And and if you're using something unusual,
any ammunition use.
Like they'll be like, oh, why
ammunition.
is this guy using wad cutter ammunition? Wad cutter ammunition cuts a circle, it is intended to cut a perfect circle through you. If you don't know why wad cutter is a thing, the wad cutter is used for target shooting, and it's intended to leave a nice, perfect, crisp hole. So that's why. It's the Hague Convention, yes. So it doesn't matter what you use. Any kind of ammunition you use in a self-defense case, they're going to say, oh, this says you're a terrible person. So don't worry about it for that. Just make it, make it effective.
I'm just drawing my conclusions because it's this would not be the most effective use of a 45 to have FMJ as your personal defense weapon.
I mean, I can tell you if I was looking at a self-defense weapon, I would not be looking at Full Metal Jacket.
No. Which reminds me, I need to switch mags back.
You're like, oh right, from the range. I gotta fix that.
Yeah, range mag is still. I gotta switch that. Okay. Thanks for the reminder.
Has been falling backwards and the bullet hitting the abdomen and going upwards and exiting his shoulder as he hit the floor.
No, not in my opinion.
Okay. Detective Coons, on July 11th, 2019, were you at the Chandler Police Department during my interview?
No, ma'am.
And you'd think she'd know this because she was there.
Were you there that morning when we were brought into the Chandler Police Department at all?
No, ma'am. I was at the scene.
Okay. I thought you didn't get to the scene until 11:45.
No, that was when we actually obtained the search warrant. It was about
Can we pause?
after
Can we pause?
11:45. I was already at the scene shortly
Yeah,
after 9.
yeah, hang on. Yeah.
So this is something that as a lawyer you should never do because as a lawyer you will have researched this. You will know exactly where this dude is at every moment. You knew when he got to the scene. You knew when he found each piece of evidence. You knew when he scratched his nuts, when he was bored and he thought no one was looking. Like, you've got to have all of that down. And, what you never want to be doing in front of the jury is being like,
is guessing.
I don't know what's going on here. Can you please explain this to me? Which is where she is. She's in the, I don't know what's going on. And she should be in saying like exactly where he was. And yeah, you got to know this. This is why, like, as a lawyer, I will be going through all of this and making sure I know this 100%. You have to. It's just, you cannot possibly.
Yeah, that's where we are.
Okay.
Sorry, chat.
Did you see the injury on the back of Alex's head with your own eyes?
I did not take a close look at it. I saw the paper towel that he was holding against his head.
But you did not see the wound itself?
No.
Okay. Are you aware if Alex's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
There would have been no reason to swab for gunshot residue.
Why is that?
He had already stated that he was the shooter.
He had stated it?
It's like,
to my knowledge, that's how the information was provided to me.
Okay. Are you aware if my hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware if my daughter's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Can we also pause this?
Alex shot the gun in question?
Can we throw a pause here? Because this is another really good reason to have a lawyer, because you as a lawyer, I can ask the question, like, were her daughter's hands swabbed for gunshot residue? And I just seem like I'm asking important questions, right? And whereas if she asks, were my daughter's hands swabbed for gunshot residue? She seems like a straight up psycho. Like, are you really throwing your daughter under the bus? Part of the job of a lawyer sometimes is to be the asshole in the room where they can be like, oh, I really hate that white-haired dude that looks like an elf. I hope he gets hit by a truck. But his client's not guilty. Maybe it was the daughter. Like, okay, but I really hate that the elf said that. You know, maybe he'll get eaten by an orc and that'll be a good thing. You don't have that separation when you're here as yourself. You are just, that's it. You don't have that option. And
You're just the bitch that's pointing the finger at their daughter.
Yep. And it's so bad. It's so awful for her right here.
Yeah. Oh, she is.
It's like, oh, you need a lawyer for this. You just need that. Yeah.
Has she walked directly into allowing the jury to hear that she killed her children?
I don't think so yet, but
Not yet? Can we imagine that happening?
I can imagine it. I gotta step aside for just a minute to refill
Natalie,
the
this is great information.
Natalie, the lawyer.
Natalie tried to take a sip of water every time Lori said okay and had to tap out within 15 minutes. You would die.
Oh, and if you tried to do that with anything that wasn't water, 100% they would just find your body like in a ditch with like, you know, a little sign on it that says, you know, toxic, contains too much ethanol, you know, please dispose of by throwing a match at this.
She's really gonna get to there will be a sad moment in this trial. Right now we're early enough in the trial where she just looks like an idiot. There will be a moment where she really does try to turn like she did during the sentencing. For those of you who did not watch that sentencing and her statement during that sentencing, save yourself the trouble. Do not watch it. Do not.
I'm just going to step aside for just a second here.
You go do that. So there's going to come a time where in this trial, she's going to go into that mode of I see JJ and Tylee and they are happy and working and productive and like that she did a good by making them not alive. So, whoa, wait. Analytical one, you did? Oh, that is a worthwhile video, my friend. Wait, what? I need to find this damn thing. And it's a news video. Okay. All right. I'm saving this. Hang on. I gotta find a way to save the link. Wait, make me save the link. I want to save the link.
Based on the information provided.
Hang on. So the news anchor tries it out. We're gonna save this for when Ian comes back, and we need a lighthearted moment. Everyone owes Analytical One a thank you. Everyone does, because this is fucking great. Oh yeah, baby. Okay. Yes, we're gonna save this for entertainment in a second. Yeah, sorry, I can't. There's certain things you can't hide, and sometimes it's the evil laugh. when you see something like that. Oh man. Whew. Yeah. All right. We'll watch a little more of this.
That is what I have, yes.
So you know that for a fact.
Just with the information that's been provided. I can't tell you one way or another if there's another shooter because the evidence does not show that there was.
Okay. So all you really know for sure, after your 5 years of investigation, is that my husband was shot 2 times, 1 by that particular gun, 2 with those particular bullets at my residence, and that he passed away as a result of that. Would that be correct?
You oversimplify.
You oversimplified. You left out a lot of details there, Lori.
You left out the part that you killed him.
That is available to us for that.
Is that correct?
Yeah, like we know that you did those things, or you caused them to be done.
Is that question correct?
Those are some known facts, yes, but that is not all we know.
So you can't really tell me for sure who shot him, can you?
As we've established, I was not present when it happened.
Oh,
I can
that
only
is
go
a
with the facts of what people have said and what the evidence.
Do not
So
ever,
bad.
do not ever, ever, ever give that question to a witness, because that is an opening for the witness to go, well, let me lay out exactly what happened. Here is how you are guilty. Let me tell the jury exactly how I know that you are, that you are guilty. Oh,
But it doesn't matter. He's actually gracious enough not to
Evidence
walk
shows.
through it.
this
Okay.
detective is actually
You don't really know
being
what time he-
really
I
kind
know.
to her, because she gives him all the opportunities to just be like, hey, I could just totally like annihilate you for fun. And he's like, nah, I want you to have a fair trial. You're going to get convicted. So I don't need to like spike the football on your skull. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was shot, do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay. You don't really know if he was falling back or lying supine on the floor, do you?
Yes, I do.
You don't really know what time my husband actually passed away, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you. No more questions.
I love it. It's the supine. It's the when she asked the right question, she asked the right question, followed by the wrong question.
Only go with the facts of what people have said and what the evidence shows.
Okay.
Even just the language.
You don't really know
use,
what time he
like,
was shot, do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay. You don't really know if he was falling back or lying supine on the floor, do you?
Yes, I do.
You don't really know what time my husband actually passed away, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
And the thing is if Rob asks a question that is like, was he lying supine? It's like, okay, Rob's a lawyer. Fine. That is what lawyers do. He's asking lawyer questions. When she asks it, it sounds like she's putting on airs, and it sounds pretentious. Also, I saw somebody in the chat asking, where's Rob's tie? Rob's tie is in my suitcase, I think. Better be, because I wore it when I went to court in high level. And if you're wondering what is in high level, like the high level is not a good place. But I had to go. So, yeah.
How's the tie doing record wise? Pretty good.
This one went actually really well. Without giving too many details away, I went because it is not my when it's sort of a key moment for a client, it's not my practice or not my desire to like do it remotely or something like that.
Yeah.
Because if something starts to go sideways, then you're not there to un-F it. And so basically there were some people, and I'm not going to name who specifically, but who were actively trying to F my file up. And I was able to un-F it and get the good results. So I would count that as a win for the tie. The tie gets a win.
Good.
So
You know who else gets a win? The chat. Because while you were gone, There was an angel in chat that found a video
Oh God.
demonstration of the shock vest by
Wait.
this
Lori
reporter. Go
Wait,
ahead.
what? Is the
This is
reporter
the shock
wearing a
vest
shock
that
vest?
she's wearing. Wait,
She's wearing it.
No, not this is the reporter. Hang on. I'll let him explain.
Vallow Daybell, a convicted murderer, isn't wearing handcuffs in the courtroom.
But she is wearing a hidden restraint underneath her clothing, and it packs a punch. I got an up-close look at it today. All right, I'm going to try this.
All right.
You ready? Yep. So what exactly am I doing here? You may want...
Really
Wait,
bad
no.
idea. Honestly, I appreciate the hell out of the editing of this. The pause right before it hits him. It's like, this is
Put it
about to
on
go
properly,
bad.
you coward. Put it on properly, you coward.
wonder how convicted murderer Lori Vallow Daybell is able to walk around inside a courtroom unrestrained. And the answer is this: stun technology hidden under her clothes. It looks like a bulletproof vest, but it's not.
It's not. It actually
It's
has
the
built
opposite.
into contact. It's pretty much
This
at the
vest
top
is actually designed to hurt you.
I want to see where the contacts are.
and then the back.
Let's talk specifically about Lori Vallow Daybell. So she's wearing something like this. What is this?
That's correct. So this is what we call. Many people know it as a rack belt, a stun belt.
Yo, who did they get from the Bureau of Prisons to come over and demo this stuff? The Hulk? Holy shit, look at those arms. God. You don't need a stun belt when that dude's in the fucking courtroom. Holy crap.
Very clear. This isn't like a
I
taser.
suspect that
Does
his blood
not
is like
work a
30%
taser. It's
test
pretty
or
much pain
30%
compliance.
steroid.
God.
So what happens is you have the prongs just like you did in the vest.
Okay.
So this makes contact with your body. You
Oh,
can
yeah.
feel it right there, right?
Right.
So in this case, what we do is we put it around the waist. So pretty much like this.
Now the reporter could do
And
the
this is
funniest
just
thing right now.
designed to give you a lot of pain, correct?
This is pain compliance. Like I said, unlike a taser, it doesn't
Oh, it's got a
affect
little
the-
lock.
How do the connects get okay? So I'm curious on how the contacts
It's
actually
probably just got a lot of
make-
voltage to get through the shirt.
to get through the shirt.
muscles.
The sheriff's
Yeah.
office asked me if I wanted to know what the belt felt like. An actual
Yeah.
stun would last 8 seconds, so I didn't
Oh,
put the
no.
belt all the way around me and fasten it. Still.
Coward.
Whoa.
Jeez Louise. Woo! I get it.
Yeah.
What do you think that thing's cranked up?
Wasn't that bad? It was terrible. Can you imagine 8 seconds?
No.
8 seconds. Holy crap.
And the
Yeah,
little
I can't
tree
imagine
there
8
is
seconds
like
of that. Like I
super
said, I had that
excited about that.
8 seconds. Dude. This guy jumps away from this thing so fast.
That was excellent pause game there for a
Me and
second.
fasten it. Still. Ah, jeez Louise. Woo! I get it.
Oh, okay. So I wonder if the guards have kind of like said, so Lori, if you decide that you want to play a game of FAFO, this is what this feels like. Oh my God.
No, I
You know what?
suspect it's just you know, I suspect that that's the find out part of the find out.
It's great. Kiana Bunch, great comment here. Props to him for not swearing. I imagine, yeah, that was not easy. He was probably like, fuck. I can tell you, hook that thing up to me. There's no way there's not a string of profanities coming out.
So, do you think
Dude.
he like wore some preparatory Depends for that? Just in case he.
You know what? The corrections officer was probably like, so you should probably go pee before we do this. And he's like, why? You
Because
should
you're
probably
gonna
go pee before
when
we do this.
Your options are before or during. Pick one.
Or during. Which one would you like? Like, you should probably go pee before we do this. Is it really that? You should probably go pee before we do this. How do you think I got these arms? It wasn't by working out. It was by tying this thing.
I just put it on and give myself 8 seconds once a week.
Okay. All right. That was so worth it. Oh, thank you, chat. Oh my God. That was great. So that's a thank you to Lisa for sending that one.
Correct. And we have not met before, correct?
We have not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband or my husband told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay.
This is the lady, guys. This is the lady. This is the one whose mood. Go ahead.
Like, do you hire a private investigator when somebody says, I'm going through a divorce? And you're like, so let's see. You know, you got Maury Povich like jumping out behind a fence saying, and the lie detector said.
Yeah, seriously.
So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
She's like, he was divorcing you, lady. Like, he was divorcing you.
She is so upset at that. She's so upset. So
this
mad.
is another reason to have a lawyer. The lawyer isn't going to get upset by this because the lawyer doesn't have a personal stake in this answer. But yeah,
the lawyer doesn't have a personality. I was like, sometimes we don't.
Well, that is also true. We don't have a personality. It is surgically removed from us as part of our law school experience. But it's like the witness is like, you were getting a divorce. It was going to happen. Whether or not you were looped in yet was, you know.
She could have, the slam dunk could have come here, but like, oh no, honey, he was getting a divorce.
But here's the other thing. All she's doing right now is she's establishing motive. Like, she's like, isn't it true that I was super upset that that there was a divorce coming, that, you know, he was going to divorce me, and I'm super, like, bitter and angry about that? And it's like, why? Why are you telling the jury this? So, yeah.
So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
Such a good answer.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay. Side note, the judge was about to cut her off for testifying, but she actually corrected to make it a question. It was actually kind of impressive to see her to redirect and say, did it surprise you? Like there at the end, to realize, oh shit, I have to turn this into a question. I can't testify. She is intelligent.
Unfortunately, that is correct.
I'm struggling on how to say it. She is intelligent. She has intellect. She really does.
However, she makes bad life choices.
All the bad choices.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not.
Solid answer by this witness, by the way. How much credibility did this witness just get with that answer?
All of it.
Like, if I realized how married he was, like, yeah, no, I wouldn't have been happy about that.
And Rob is just like, he can smell the family law billing out of this.
Kind of.
I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men? Naturally?
Argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
It's also fucked up.
It's like objection. and then just
do you go on dates with married men? Do you engage in adultery? Are you an adulterer?
And if not, why not?
Also, like, Kettle, leave Pot alone. Like, please, like, come on. You were literally, wasn't she courting Chad Daybell here, or like sleeping with him at this point?
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified?
You don't have the right to start hollering at her like she's a fucking adulteress.
I mean, even if that is actually the case, it's like you don't get to be that kind of, yeah.
No, and tell me how that is at all relevant.
She's testified too.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay.
He's like, I just don't want to argue with you.
That is so much worse. That is so horrible. That entire exchange is just disgusting.
It just says, isn't it true that I had solid motive to kill him? Like, I really wanted to kill this guy. Isn't that the case? And the witness is like, yeah, I guess. If that is how you want to play this, then you bet. You are totally a murderer. Good job.
Oh, it's so gross. It is so gross. Because it is so clear that the rules are for thee, but not for me with her. This is just this. Just waste of human flesh. Oh my God. I
went on a date with Charles.
But you did not
Hey,
know he
now,
was
she'd
married.
make a perfectly
I
acceptable
knew his
shelf.
divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Just the okay of like, I don't want to argue with you.
So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance.
yeah, there's no fucking point to any of this. Here's the thing. When Julia, when you say this about she out specials Sarah Boone, there was a part of Sarah Boone's case where I saw certain things that George had done in that,
And
I'm
you can
going,
feel a bit of sympathy for
all
her.
right, that's mutually abusive. That is mutually abusive. This is not that case. This is so horrible. This is like, you know, if there are circles of hell, right? And if there's 9 circles of hell, like Sarah Boone is like circle 3. Lori is like, hey, so I'm looking for management because I'm going to take over.
And hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You talked.
Don't flatter yourself is a hell of a. That's like, ooh, ouch.
Side note, that would have gotten an admonishment from the court had it been anyone else asking the question other than Lori. Fucking Lori Vallow Daybell. If that was any other human being in the courtroom asking that question and that answer came out, that would have been the judge jumping down that person's throat. But the fact that the question was being asked by this person,
You knew me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives.
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
it's the deadpan. She is so, and she's so infuriated by it. She's so angry about it. She hates it. This is what, that reaction to this is what gives me the impression that she is very, very, very much doing this and knows that this is a stage for her. She's not running her own defense. She's putting on a show.
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter, Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter, Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
I'm going to object.
Oh, if she thinks that she's scoring points with these.
Nope.
To comments by the defendant made after questions, testifying.
Let's sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
So she's going into motive. Like she's just going into motive. Awesome.
Isn't it the case that I really, really wanted to kill him?
Awesome. You're so good at this, Lori. Yay. Keep doing it. Defend yourself in every case from now on. Yay. Good job.
I mean, what other cases are there? Like, are we expecting more husbands? Pro tip, guys, you cannot fix her.
Oh, don't even suggest it. There's probably guys that are sending shit. Oh my God.
There almost certainly are.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him
Lady,
about
you were worth
very much
$8 in a
then?
bag of chips.
If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from.
Yeah, I just realized that she couldn't get to any of this. Like she wouldn't have been able to get to any of this topic. This is all hearsay, not subject to an exception. This is not one of the exceptions that is available for a.
Arguably, this is
maybe
this is for the purpose of their like that. It's not for the proof.
Notice and motive.
Content.
It's not coming in for truth, but it's coming in for notice and motive purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe. But I think that I think I could also win that objection on more prejudicial than probative if it's a conversation
relevant.
and relevant.
Like, how is this relevant if it's not? The thing is the reason why the prosecution is not arguing is they're not objecting to this because why would you object to a situation where it's like, oh right, they're making a terrible mistake. Let's not fix this.
This is something the prosecution would be begging to get into. If I'm the prosecutor, I want to get into all of this.
If I'm the prosecutor, I'm like, there's no way for me to get into this on my own.
Yeah.
But
this
I can
is
totally
motion
do it.
limine argument.
Yep. This is just stuff that you'd say, well, it goes to motive, and they'd be like, yeah, it's too prejudicial. It's not going in.
Right?
So,
but then Lori's like, hold my fucking beer. And it's like, we're gonna get into all of it. I'm gonna try to make you out to be the cheating hussy. Wow. This woman is something else.
she's making some choices.
Buffy, okay. Lori and Chad are 9 months into an affair when they shot him. Welp. Just because Rebuild of Evangelion 5.0, you cannot fix Lori. Don't try. Wow. XCDA, missed you guys. Love hearing the commentary on a trial, not the Karen Reed hearings. Yeah, well, Karen Reed's still picking a damn jury.
I will cover that one.
We'll get to trial at some point in time.
I am not nearly. Yeah, this one I'm just like, oh, she's just horrible. That's it.
She's. Oh.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary.
And that's the thing. I think the prosecutor told her, you can't get into this. Prosecutor said, you cannot get into this. And Lori's like, hold my fucking beer.
My beer.
We are getting into this. So she's like, yeah, no, he didn't tell me that he worked insurance, but you want me to talk about the insurance policy? Yeah, I'll do that.
Of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
$8, one bag
recall?
of chips.
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did
Use the wrong version of vain. I see what you're getting at, but you meant vanity, like vain.
did you talk to him about me very much then?
Oh, this is very sweet. Asleep on Totoro's tummy. I've got a sole proprietorship bespoke tourism firm here in Paris and be happy to help you. We'll send you email on one provided on your YouTube profile. Asleep on Totoro's tummy? Yes. lawandlumber@gmail.com. That'd be wonderful. Mini Mischief and Mischief Manager are both in Paris.
That is amazing.
Mischief. That's really sweet of you. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Please do. And I'll put you guys in contact. That's awesome. I did. Hang on. One gripe before we get back to this on the Paris thing. So having a conversation with Mini Mischief, and this is one of those things about the age. At what age do you bring them abroad and have them traveling? Conversation with Mini Mischief of Paris and what she's looking forward to. You know, you're going to go to the Louvre. What's that? A giant museum that has the Mona Lisa, other things, massive works of art. I know. It's too tiny. You can't see it. But other works of art.
Be like 600 people around it trying to press. The Mona Lisa is underwhelming. Everything else at the Louvre is amazing.
Amazing. Yeah. So there's a Louvre, and she goes, no, that's
Go see the David. It's awesome.
David's not it. The David's in Milan.
Is it? Oh, no. What is the one? They've got some. Now I'm trying to think.
One of Michelangelo's? Either way. So I'm asking you to go to Louvre.
Yeah.
Then I go, are you going to Notre Dame? No. Okay. Well, what about the gardens at Versailles? Gardens? No. It's like, why the fuck you go to Paris? Like, what, like you missed like those are three of like the really big things. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? Sorry, David in Florence. Yes, sorry.
Now I'm trying to think of which one it is. Now that's going to bother me.
But she's not going to any of the things. They're going to a lot of things. They're doing the Seine cruise. They're doing the Eiffel Tower. But they rent bikes and do stuff like that. But 10 is not history enough. Like they don't know enough history to really enjoy it. Oh, the Venus de Milo.
Yes, there we go.
There you go.
Is Notre Dame
sorry.
open? Is that open again?
I thought it was.
Because that was worth seeing before it burned. Hopefully it's worth seeing after.
Yeah, it's open. I wanted to see mine was the Gardens of Versailles. I love the Gardens of Versailles. And yeah, I don't know why I didn't remember that David was in Florence.
People are saying it's open.
One of my favorite
Awesome.
Italian cities.
Yeah, go see that. That is
all right. Guys, if you have the chance to travel. Like, go see the things. Go actually see the things. Okay, Rab, I also found the Mona Lisa impressive. I enjoyed it. I will say, though, it's a time, place, circumstance, and the number of people that you're around where it could be a pain in the butt. AG, I'm looking for your email. I think I have it. I have a list of emails. I'm actually responding one now. Wait, yep, AG, I've got your email. I'll take a look at it this weekend. Thank you. Happy to say I have 60 hours on my practice my steno machine. Congratulations.
That's
60
awesome.
hours is a good amount of time. Okay, let's get back to this rain wreck.
If it wasn't at dinner,
Sorry, distracted. Shiny penny. Yes, that's what they're doing. Paris equals shopping. She wants to go look at dresses. And I said, if you buy a fucking wedding dress in Paris, I swear to God, I will not pick you up.
Wouldn't she have to pay like insane? Are there tariffs on France?
Oh, look, I don't look at me. I'm not this is a 10-year-old. What am I gonna tell?
Yeah,
him?
but
I'm aware of these facts.
Fair enough. It just could be you spend all the money.
No, I'm it's not coming home from here. No, you can take a picture of the dress and we'll find a duplicate like on Alibaba or something crazy, but yeah, no.
Oh, but the thing is if you order it on Alibaba, don't they have like 100% tariffs?
That's true. As of right now, yeah.
So
which is why the second that certain things got announced, I ordered a new AMS for my Bamboo Lab printer. That's certain things. Hey.
But you'll have to pay it when it arrives.
It actually shipped from California.
Then there you go.
Yeah.
Was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone. And when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites?
Sure.
Yeah.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Yes, can attest. Yes, this happens a lot, by the way. People that are going through divorces and are in the process of divorcing, you know what comes up during the date? The shit they're going through in their divorce. God, Lori. Oh, no.
Really?
Really?
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll just ask the questions.
Thank you.
I think she's not telling the truth.
I think she's going to try.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight, maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. If there's a specific area.
No, the prosecutor knows what's coming up. Oh no, are there sexy messages? No, that was an early objection. The prosecutor's trying to head something off.
Sustained.
Oh, Judge, let's cut off. Here you go.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Oh no! No!
She's like, Judge,
This is
can
so
I have the handcuffs off and like everybody turns away for 5 minutes? And
Is she a
I'm gonna
lawyer?
need to borrow the big hammer.
Is she a lawyer? Because she looks directly at the judge. Is she a fucking lawyer? She has to be a lawyer. There's
if she's a
no
lawyer, then that's even worse.
She looks
Ooh.
directly at the judge and says, "Can I answer in a narrative?"
I don't know if she, I don't know, but I'm just like, she may have been prepped. Like, this may just be prep.
Whoever, if this is prep, if this is how good the prep, this is good.
Oh, I mean, this is great.
Hang on. I need to rewind for a second because I have to see this lead up again because I need to look at the judge while this is happening.
Sustained.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar.
The judge is like, danger, danger, danger. No. The judge is going, sidebar, please.
Oh, and it gets bad.
By the way, I love this method of sidebar. Can other Judge Canoni? Oh, you're not going to do it. And I just did the sigh. I just felt like it. But can we do this method of sidebar? Like, can we have this in other courts, please? It's so much more effective. This is great because they all have their little headset in. They're talking in their own. There's nothing obvious about and using it. Oh. This lawyer looks like a this witness looks like a lawyer I know, but it's not. I hope not. Court reporter's doing what? Why? Sidebar's done? Oh, no, sidebar's not done. Nope. Technical issues. This is great.
I like how he wiggles it and he makes the what the fuck face.
Like, this kid, this little fucking thing's not working. This thing's not working, Judge. Little fucking thing's not working. He's like, hey, batteries. This is great. This is like mime theater. This is phenomenal. Court reporter's going, I can't fucking hear anything that's happening.
This witness shouldn't take too much longer. I'll have the jury wait for a few minutes. We'll see if we can finish this witness as we go into the lunch hour. But I'll excuse the jury for just a few minutes because we're having technical
Wait, hold on. We get the benefit of this sidebar because of the fucking technical difficulties? Yes! Whoever yanked the batteries out of this thing, yes. Thank you.
It was like Court TV sneaks up with a pair of scissors and it's just like cuts the cable.
This is about to be the most effective and private and confidential sidebar ever. But the court reporter's thingy died.
technical difficulty with the court reporter being able to hear.
Yes. God, this is amazing. That's amazing. Laura's sharing the energy. We sure fucking do. This is phenomenal. No way. Oh, no.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. The last question the defendant asked of the witness was along the lines of, what things did you discuss about me, meaning the defendant? Is that correct?
That's
Yes.
what I recall, Your Honor.
Are you sure you wanted to answer that question? Because you're opening up a really big door.
The judge is like, "Are you sure?"
If you want
wanna
to
go there?"
answer the question, I'll have her answer the question.
This is the point where you should like. Let me translate this from judge to English.
Please
The
don't
judge
do
is sitting
this.
there going, "This is the ouchie stick. You can rub the ouchie stick against your face if you want, but I really don't think that's a good idea. But like, you could do that with the ouchie stick if you feel like it." And she's like,
Oh my
"Give me the
gosh.
stick."
Just, she can't. Ms. Pete, I just responded to your email. I got your email. Thank you. I have it. Also, really pretty case that I printed. This is so bad. This is so bad.
How am I supposed to know what a lot of things are?
It's you can ask the question what a lot of things are. Do you want to know what a lot of things are? I don't know that you want to know the answer to that question.
All right. If you want to answer the question and there's no objection from the state, we'll
No
bring
objection.
the jury back in and have her answer the question. All right. Question.
That was the
judge is
fastest-
like,
hang on.
"Are they?"
That was the fastest no objection I think I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
You were saying the same thing, weren't you? When she piped up, you heard the no objection.
Oh, it was just like no objection. That was the moment I was talking about earlier, where the judge is like, "Are you sure you want to do the stupid thing?" And she's like, "I want to do the stupid thing." And he's like, "Prosecutors, do you have any objection to the stupid thing?" And the prosecutor's like, "Oh fuck no, let her do the dumb thing, please."
So this is back to regular speed.
All right. If you want to answer the question and there's no objection from the state, we'll
No
bring
objection.
the jury back in and have her answer the question. All right. Let's bring the jury in.
Oh, the prosecutor's like, "You mean the shotgun that she's holding to her face? Sure, I'll let her fire that thing. Why not? Sounds cool. Let's see what it does." Oh, this is so bad. Lori, I feel no sympathy for you.
Miss Hancock, you said that you had seen on TV that my husband had passed away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated after that you saw my sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock, on that show and you reached out to her. Is that correct?
I didn't indicate that, but that is correct. I reached out to Kay after I saw that Charles had died.
Okay. And did you do that through Facebook or?
I did.
Social media? Okay. How many times between that first contact and now have you and Kay Woodcock communicated?
Do I need to go back and find the actual? We're gonna watch this and let's see if there's an extra reason.
I've spoken to her just once. I've texted her here and there regarding. I've texted her here and there about other things. I don't know what I can say.
Okay. How many times have you texted her?
I have no idea.
Like more than 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Have you ever turned over those communications to the state?
No.
Did they ask them?
No. Someone got a hold of her and told her not to ask a stupid question. It's okay. She's got more dumb ones.
Ask you for them? No. Okay. Did you ever turn over the text conversations you had with my husband to the state?
I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. Kay?
Yes, to Ms. Kay.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call, and then just text messages about the logistics of being here today.
Yo, good prep. Whoever that team was, good prep. This is something that happens all the time, by the way. The trial attorney, usually we try to avoid the question of how many times have you talked with this attorney before today? And you don't want to say like 9 million, right? Even though we very much want to communicate with you about a lot of things. But if we can have surrogates do that, and we ourselves have not asked you the questions or talked to you directly, then it can look a little bit better.
Yep.
Okay. How many text messages would you say?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I know court was running behind, so she had to text me to come at a different time. Probably counting yesterday and today to redo the time, more than 10, yes. Prior than that, probably no.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with her to prepare for this testimony?
I met with her once.
How long was that meeting?
An hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Was anyone else there?
Efficient.
No.
Have you ever spoken to my brother, Adam?
Yes, but only because I ran into him at my grand.
Hedgehog in Space, being solo in the trial does not mean that you don't have surrogates, as in detectives and other individuals talking to the person. Yeah, she's solo in this trial. She is. And that's also massive undertaking. Kudos to her. Big deal. Really great to see that. But you try to put staff in front of people asking questions like that beforehand. For example, my paralegal will ask a lot of questions and but talk to witnesses a lot before I ever get my hands on them.
Grandson's pickleball tournament the other day.
And how did you know that was him?
Because I've seen him on media via the situation surrounding you.
Did you see the thing
So
about
you initiated a conversation?
she starts
She was
to say
trying
on
to avoid-
podcasts?
Yeah,
You think she's watching us right now?
I don't know if she's watching us right now, but I know that this witness took some admonishment from the prosecutor very, very, very seriously, because she is trying to avoid a subject matter that is danger Will Robinson, because it's clear that she's talking about things that the jury is not supposed to hear. And Lori is dancing very closely to opening that door, like very closely to answering that door. Bella Knits, looks like Nancy Joe does catering. I love her style. I didn't know that. It's very interesting to learn. Bama Girl just made my heart hurt a little bit, but also made me happy thinking about a thought. Imagine Legal Vice is giving his comment on this trial while drinking. Two things came to mind. One, the sad imagination, the sad fact that he's not doing that. But two, the pleasant imagination of him actually doing that, and the infectious laughter that I'm pretty sure we would all be hearing. So thank you for that thought, though. That is a very kind thought.
With him?
I just said hi, and that was, he asked me who my grandson was, and I pointed it out, and that was the end of it.
So you introduced yourself to him? To my brother?
I don't know that I introduced myself, but maybe.
How would he know who you were?
I don't know that he knew who I was. I knew who he was.
So you went up and talked to him?
I did talk with him, yes.
He didn't call you over, so you went up and talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were talking to him, you told him you were who?
I told him that my name was Nancy Jo Hancock.
And did he recognize that name from something?
Can I go back and change how I met your brother? I forgot.
Whoa.
Caught her in something.
Whoa.
But she was well prepped, because she says, I made a mistake. I want to go back and correct my mistake.
Huh.
this until right now. So on a dating app, your brother's picture came up on my dating app. And I sent him a message and said, but he had a different name that he used, not Adam. And so I just sent him a message and said if he was going to use someone else's pictures, he should probably pick someone different than Adam Cox.
Wait, what?
That's how I met him.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
Yo, get off.
You don't get to
fucking
ask.
high.
You
You
don't
don't
get
get
to-
to ask that question.
No.
I like that you and I both had the instantaneous reaction. like any judge shoots that down. Nope.
But this judge is being fair. He's waiting for the objection.
He is, but holy shit, no, you don't get to fucking do that. Come on, not in front of the jury. No fucking way.
That's how I met him.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
Can I object, Your Honor, to
Question.
argumentative harassment?
Argumentative.
She's like, can I
How long was
object on
this
the basis of
conversation that you had with
Yahtzee
my brother
and
at the pickleball?
What'd you say? Objection Yahtzee?
objection Yahtzee, everything.
Objection all the things.
Yeah. And the judge is like, well, one of those is good, so good enough.
What was the one from Amber Heard where Camille Vasquez, remember her leaning in the microphone going, makes no sense? like he said, like all the things, and it was like nonsensical question, like something ridiculous. I have had one where it was like objection, judge, I don't know where to start. like objection. All oh God. Oh, unintelligible. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Unintelligible. Thank you, chat.
Tournament.
A couple of minutes, maybe less.
And how many times had you communicated with him before that?
Only that message on that dating app. Besides that,
One message, one time?
I don't remember. I think he messaged me back, and it didn't continue.
So just the one day then? Maybe several messages in one day?
I might have sent him one other message,
she's
but it was
got
just
her.
one interaction, and there was nothing further.
Look at that. Look at you, Lori. You found a thread. Way
Yep.
to go.
Now, here's the problem. Where does this go? Are we saying
doesn't go anywhere,
she
but
killed them, or
No, but she found a thread. Like that. Not to
thing
say
is,
we
is,
encourage.
unless this witness is,
A massive fact-based witness where you have to draw a whole lot of conclusions based on their credibility alone.
yep.
But she found a thread and it's pretty and shiny and she's doing a good job with it. But right now, to the chat, there is no oh, this is a good point too. Bamboo thread. Oh, solid burn.
And you did not schedule a date with him?
I did not.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes.
Okay, when?
Do we find another thread? What?
He attends the same church that my daughter does, and he happened to be at their house briefly, and I didn't really speak to him. I just knew that that's who he was
And how did you know who he was?
because my daughter told me.
And who did she say he was?
Brandon Boudreaux.
In relation to me?
She knows the story, and I know the story, so she just had to tell me that his name was Brandon Boudreaux.
Wait, what's the story? What's
That he
the
was
story?
married
What's
to
the
my
story?
niece? Is that the information that you had?
I know that he was married to your niece, yes.
Okay. Just the association is all I was asking.
What? Why? What is it?
And you did speak to him?
Wait, what? Why is that relevant? What? I don't understand it. What? Brandon Boudreaux is the man Tried to murder him? What? I'm trying to kill him too? Wait, what? Wait, what? The fuck? What is with this woman? And
there are hand grenades with less of a body count than she's got. And I don't mean body count in like the sexist whatever way. I mean literal bodies.
There are standing armies with less of body count than she has. The fuck is this? Okay. Sure. Okay.
In that time?
Well, I don't believe I spoke with him.
Okay. You met him?
Or I don't know that I even met him. I was there. He was there with some other people, and I knew that that's who that was.
So you didn't introduce yourself to him?
I did not.
Okay. Did you speak to any other law enforcement besides Ms. K? Not that she's law enforcement, but did you speak to any other law enforcement about this case or be interviewed?
Yes.
Who? Who did you speak with?
Detective Moffat is who interviewed me. I believe that's. I might have left a message for him. I couldn't tell you who with, but.
Hang on, Detective Moffat. Is that a name from a show?
Probably.
Why do I know that name? K-Rap, Brandon Boudreaux was shot at, likely by Alex Cox. Just all the things are wrong. Everything is wrong. Why? You can't. There's just the craziness.
The only one that I spoke to was Detective Moffat, Nathan Moffat.
And when was that interview?
In 2020, I believe in April. A long time ago.
Okay. How long was that interview about?
It was a telephone interview and it lasted 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that the only law enforcement that you spoke to besides the prosecutor?
Yes.
And how long between that interview with Detective Moffat and your first communications with Ms. K, how much time passed in between there?
With Trina K?
Correct.
I met with her just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and I gave an interview in 2020, so.
Is that the first communication you had with Ms. K was 5 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you informed by him that I knew of the situation of us being separated?
He was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
Dunked.
I hate to say it, but bitch, you asked. No.
That was just like. Why was he upset with me?
No.
Oh, because you were cheating.
Oh no. Oh, that was great. Oh, this
is
nothing
the
better than
thing.
reaping what you sow. Oh, God.
You gotta be super careful because people will be like, "Hey, yeah."
Shh. We're gonna play that one again because that was too good.
Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
It's even better with the lead-up question. I'm sorry. Whew. All right, I'm preparing myself because I know that the lead-up question's already asked. Oh, breathe. Okay.
Were you informed by him that I knew of the situation of us being separated?
He was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
He told you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Just to recap,
Oh,
you said that you met my husband on July, Charles.
Just to recap, let's go over the highlights. Just to do the highlight reel, let's go over one more time. God. That's horrible.
On July 3rd, is that correct?
Approximately. Give or take a day.
And you went on a date with him on July 10th.
Correct.
So that was what, 7 days later?
Approximately.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay.
Yeah, here's the thing. So I don't know, it's sharing a lot of information. There are conversations that I have with clients all the time about how much they divulge
and how much they shouldn't.
And how much they shouldn't, especially the ones who are separated and are going on dates, and the number of things that they put into communications. It is not uncommon for almost the entire substance of the communication, except for one or two things, to be what I can kind of describe as trauma bonding, where they both sides are dumping into the conversation their respective traumas in their own relationships. And
I end up seeing that from in the criminal perspective, but yep, it shows up.
It shows up. And you watch that trauma bonding happen. And I look at my client several weeks later and I hold their text messages out and I roll them into a long cylindrical, like physical manifestation of a bat.
Them on the skull.
And then I just smack them on the head with their own damn text messages wound up repeatedly, multiple times, just bash, 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 bash. No trauma dumping in text message communications about your relationship.
Rob is speaking metaphorically. He doesn't actually assault clients.
I won't admit it openly on the microphone. But the fact that Lori is shocked, I tell you, absolutely dismayed that, oh my God, anyone could ever have this much information in their possession after only a week of dating. Just show, well, and here's the other thing, how hypocritical it is, because didn't Chad Daybell like know everything about their relationship within like a week? Like this is, it is fucking commonplace.
And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact with him.
Oh, okay. God.
And it wasn't until you saw that he had passed away on the news that you reached out to anyone. Is that
Did you bring the lime yourself?
Correct.
Correct. I didn't know he was dead.
And that was about 6 months later? Is that correct?
I believe it was December, so July to December is 5 months, I believe.
Okay. And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away and wanted to let her know that I had dinner with him that last night and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just
thank you. That's enough.
We hit JJ. We got JJ. You said JJ, and that's enough. Oh no, you realize that third rail of fucking politics. Not that third rail was there. She's like, she's smart enough to see the third rail that's charged electrically. At least that one. Oh. Yes, everyone. Yes, I did threaten to stab my client in the leg with a fork. Would I have actually done it? Probably. Just
the thing is every lawyer out there who does trial work sees that shock belt and is like, can I get one for my clients? And can I have a button? Can I have the button?
They'll see, can we tone it down from 8 seconds to make it instantaneous where I can shock them?
It's just like a little.
we all it's, and you know what's funny is this is what I am paid to do. I am paid to be the person that threatens to stab you in the leg with a fork, because sometimes you need that to stop yourself from doing the stupid thing. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just recapping here, and you contacted her.
I'm just recapping.
And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away, and wanted to let her know that I had had dinner with him that last night and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just
thank you. That's enough.
Please talk more about the child who.
I'm just recapping here, and you contacted her.
The child who's no longer with us.
Through Facebook, is that correct?
And again, asked and answered.
Well, and then, yeah, I suppose the worst thing
was...
she could have done would have been to follow up with, so where's JJ now?
Which, you know what? At some point in time during this trial, it might happen.
Actually asked yet. I'll overrule. Go ahead.
Yes, as I said before, I contacted her through Facebook.
Okay. And then sent a few text messages, is that correct?
That is correct.
This is recap of everything we've already gone through.
And then you said you met with police on April 22nd, 2020.
That
Is that
doesn't
correct?
even rule. He's just like,
I didn't say April 22nd. I said I believed it was sometime in April.
Okay.
And I didn't meet with them. It was a telephone interview.
Okay. And that was around 1 year after my husband passed away. Is that correct?
After you shot him.
July to April would be 10 months. So
after you had someone shoot him.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right. Read.
Oh, good for
here's
you.
The thing. You know what that cross-examination, you know how she should have conducted that cross-examination? I can write that cross-examination real quick.
Yeah. Go.
No questions, Your Honor.
The only thing I can do is damage. So I'm just not going to open the door.
And also, like, what do you need to actually get out of this witness? Nothing. In any trial, there will be plenty of witnesses that you just don't need to, like.
Now,
you know, a trial I ran recently, I had a police officer who got up to testify that he found a knife on scene. And he's like, I picked up the knife and I put it in an evidence bag. And the prosecutor's like, and did you wear gloves? He's like, you bet I did. And it's like, cool. My client agreed there was a knife because that wasn't even my client's knife. It was the other guy's knife. And so, like, when I'm, you know, it's like, do you have any questions for this guy on cross? And I'm like, no. Like, this happens. Just fine with there being a knife there.
This happens all the time with, like, every now and then I'll run to a lawyer that wants to lay the foundation for introducing documents, right? And I'm in a civil case. I know that they can lay the foundation. And they're trying to get in these bank statements. And they're going through 9 to 15 questions trying to get this in. I'm like, Judge, stipulate. Like, just let them in. Like, let's just get to the part where we argue about what they say. I know you can do it. I get it. The judge is gonna be mad at me if I object to you trying to introduce these. So why don't we just get them in and argue about it later? Like, I don't.
I mean, it's the same thing with, like, you know, pictures and videotape and so forth. like I've had situations where it's like, yeah, my client was caught on video going to the crime scene, and I know they can get the video in. It's just a matter of like they pull in some dude whose job it is to like, he works at the convenience store down the street that had the recording, and it's like, he'll come and he'll be like, yeah, we got cameras, and it's just like, I know they can get this guy like this video in. Why don't we just agree that the video is admissible, and then this guy can continue working his day job and doesn't have to take a day off just to come in and be like, yes, I managed the cameras. Yes, I pulled this tape. Yes, I didn't edit this tape. It's like, cool. Annabelle, I just want to say
every now and
thank you for doing that.
Oh, I didn't see.
That is the correct thing to do.
Yes. Oh my God, that's the right thing to do. My God, yeah, that is absolutely the right thing to do. No,
we are not upset. We encourage this. Like, if you are in financial anything, like, stop. Don't give me money. Don't give Rob. I mean, I can let Rob speak for himself, but I'm sure he agrees.
Don't give Rob money. That's fine. You can speak for me too.
If you're in financial any sort of difficulty, don't. Like, so please, we're glad that you stopped that. Yes. And we're all cheering for you here. We're pulling for you. So yeah.
Absolutely. Fuck cancer, the horse you rode down. Focus on that fight. Fight that fight. Don't ever stop fighting that fight. Absolutely fight that fight.
Yeah.
You have a whole lot of people rooting. A whole lot of people. Amy Rose sent super chat earlier with trivia about Adam. Hang on, I'll pull these up. We're gonna get caught up on those real quick.
And Jesse, yes, I did. I threatened to ban someone off my Patreon because they were like, I'm having tough times, and I was like, unsubscribe. And they're like, but I don't want to, and I'm like, I will ban you. Unsubscribe. So yeah.
All right, here's Amy Rose. There's a book on Amazon called My Crazy Radio Life by Adam Cox, Lori Vallow Daybell's brother, about when he was a morning radio host and held a contest. We for the We. Oh my God.
Oh, any lady who water drinking contest
died from water intoxication.
Yeah. This is actually a thing that happens like on occasion, where people are like
in fraternities.
They'll run a contest. Yeah. They'll run contests on water drinking and people die.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to catch up on some super chats, and then I'm going to save some of the other ones for a little bit later. So if I don't read yours, I haven't saved that promise. Landlord, why are all the little Mercedes symbols on the garage wall? Ryman YYC hides broadheads. Pretty good. All right, that was a good joke. If you don't get the joke, just look it up on the Googles. That's a safe one. Ms. Pete, when watching Diddy, they were thinking, she's trying to make the point that second shot wasn't when he was down. What are your thoughts? She got lost in what point she was trying to make, and I don't think the jury caught on to any of the points. She's trying to claim self-defense, right?
Yeah. I don't know where she was going. Like, she's got to have a consistent point. She's got to argue her theory.
Sidetracks splitters. Listen to Ian and Rob is making me want ice cream. Stealing stitches. Sonic, here I come. Fair.
Now I want ice cream.
Say that. Yeah.
Can I say there was something tragic earlier today? So when I went to the bank to pay my taxes, there was a Taco Bell that was, and I was like, oh, I'm so going to get some Taco Bell. I've got a craving for like cheap garbage tier Tex-Mex.
There's that time, those times.
Where it's just like the world's lowest grade of ground beef mixed with the world's cheapest spices, stuffed into like a bread tube. And I was like, yes, we're doing this. And then that Taco Bell went out of business. It was just like,
no.
And I was like, no. So I ended up going to McDonald's and having the worst burger I've had in a long time. And I was like, no.
Why did you do that to yourself? Terrible. Bad Runkle. Bad Ian. Uncle Barney, when people ask Lori what's the theme of her life, she responds with bodies. Let the bodies hit the floor. Drowning pool. Just saying, oh my gosh, it's wrong, but it's also right. Why does this person is just horrible. Creative chaos. I told this joke 2 weeks ago, but you thought I was serious. I think a job should steal higher whether you have a felony, Mr. Mean, or I get it. I get it. Sorry, I missed the joke 2 weeks ago.
So, what's the over/under on Vallow killing somebody in prison?
She'd have someone killed. She's gonna have like a series of prison bitches that someone's gonna do something for her. I don't know how she does it, but like to the extent that any of y'all are religious, the serpent, the individual who could talk to anybody and somehow whisper in their ear exactly what they needed to hear to do the bad thing that they were otherwise inclined to do, that seems to be her gift. Just and getting people to do shit. Aurora, my fave FNF ever, demonstrative night. Love this. That was with regard to the Full Metal Jacket. Now they also pointed out that Adam Cox was the DJ hosting the radio show where the woman died from drinking too much water. That we learned. That is horrible. Morgan, I've got DBS implant in my brain. Even metal detectors are a no-no. The thought of being zapped with this thing makes my brain twitch. Ugh. No, stay away from that, please.
Yeah, I think that would be one of those medical exemption things.
Ryan, I say I probably have a good tolerance for the shock. I do it to my hand voluntarily for therapy. Did I tell you the story of when we put Mini Mischief 2 on the shock collar that Leo has? Or the stim collar?
What?
So, Leo has a stim collar. Not a shock collar, it's a stim collar. You know, can you know the difference? Or do you know the difference?
Not really. We tried a color for the pups that had a little like spray thing with smells. Didn't work.
So electric stim, basically you put two electrodes, one here, and it stims the muscles, like the TENS machine that basically like triggers it. So that's what Leo's shock collar is. It's basically a muscle reactant. It's a seize thing. Well, when he was being trained and he had professionally trained, this is what they use for hunting dogs to train them and how they can stim them to know which direction to go, left, right, duck, blind, all the other stuff. Mini Mischief.
If it's anything like a TENS machine, that doesn't sound like something painful. It's just something that's like,
well, when you get this thing up, it does the seize, like it seizes. It is not a fun experience. Trust me, I did it because the trainer was very clear to us saying, if you are putting this on your animal, you are experiencing every level of shock. Like I am making you go, and I liked the trainer for doing this. He's a former military.
Wait, you liked him for shocking you? Rob, is there something you need to tell us?
Well, there are some things. Just kidding. No.
Did that cost extra?
What I liked was the person was, he was very much military and he's retired military and very clear. Like, if I am going to ask anyone to do this, I'm going to do it first. Right. So that was the mentality when it came to dog. If I'm going to put this and put the dog in any level of stress, I'm going to ask the people to understand what the stress is and comprehend what it is and feel it that way. So we were having the collar and putting it on our arm and sensitive areas where it would be, and like on the forearm and testing it. Well, Mini number 2, 6 years old, young boy, very much redhead, just like mom, just very much stubborn, willful, not ever going to concede an issue or a point. So Mini 2 puts this in his hand And usually you don't feel it until it gets to level 3, right? I didn't feel it till it hit level 5. That's because my hands calloused. So we hit him at 2. I don't feel anything. 3, nothing. 4, nothing. And the trainer looks at me and gives me that little sideways look like, this kid's full of shit. He goes, nothing. Do you want to try 6? I'm good. I'm good. You sure? Do you want to try 5 again? I don't know if you felt it that time. I didn't feel anything. Do you want to try 5 again? I'm okay. I don't need to try it. And then instantly gets more shy. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's that. Boppet made something in the shop, sent you a DM. Thank you, Boppet. I'll take a look at that. Asleep on Turturo's tummy. There are really gorgeous prices. It's 5 a.m., so off to rest. Email should arrive tomorrow on your end. We'll include username and subject. Thank you very much. I will be sure to reach out, and I'll put you guys in contact. Jesse, rah. It's like you DM saying, you sure you want to do that? You sure you want to do that? Yeah. AG, if she had a real attorney, do you think they'd try the mental incompetency defense? Didn't they already try that and she actually passed? Lori seemed like she needed meds from what her brother said. They did try that in the first trial.
And the
she
thing
was
is
competent.
it's really difficult to reach that level. So, yeah.
XCD8, thank you for the memberships. Kristen says the same thing we were doing before. Natalie pointed out last night that Adam was the DJ who in the 90s had a contest listener die from drinking too much water. She found the news clip. Pretty terrible. AG, Alex shot Brandon allegedly over insurance money. She accused of conspiring to kill him with Alex. He survived the shooting. Lisa, terrible, sad story. Those children. I wish Lori let her say what she knows about Idaho. Prayers for the families of the victims. Prayers for all involved. Every one of these families. LJ Peach, the true family annihilator. If she disliked you, her brother killed you. Or she did it herself. Gray's Cat Queen, getting divorced after Iraq, got invited to New Year's Eve and Hawaii Kai party on water. I was good and didn't go because divorce not final, but it had been on December 30th. USPS didn't get to me till 3 January. People tell me this all the time. We get the orders entered several days. We get the orders several days after they've been entered. So I tell clients that, you know, if you're holding out for this moment for the day that it gets entered, don't do that. June Sidloskus. Ian, I was watching a part of the security appeal for Prince Harry. They were in a federal court and wearing the robe with the hair. So is this court the same as the Supreme Court of Canada?
We don't do
Similar.
the wigs in Canada.
No wigs, but you just
No
do the
wigs.
robes.
We just do the robes.
Just robes. Yep. Jill, thank you for the membership. Linda Santiago, thanks. This week's been tough. This is perfect. Just what I need. These nights make my week. I love and appreciate you both. Thank you very much, Linda, for being here. Analytical Barney and Belle, we got you. You do you and yours. Yeah. Shay B coming in late. Was the goal for the playground met? I will double check that and I'll get back to you in about 5 minutes. Let's just keep on. We're going to play this rest because no, there was a friend of mine who was running a race and with a goal of building a playground in the name of 2 children who were lost in a fire.
Yeah. Apologies.
So I'll pull that up in just a minute. Let me go ahead and get this one playing because people wanted to hear about the green chili cross.
8 years.
Something.
Okay. So you have no idea.
Nope.
You have no idea when the last time you saw me in person.
I don't know the year or how many years it's been.
Okay. So did you see me at Colby's wedding in January 2018?
No, I was not there.
You didn't come to Colby's wedding?
No, I did not.
So did you see me
A little.
sometime that year at my house
Possibly.
where Colby got married? That house.
I did see you at that house, yes.
Is she just airing grievances
one
with
time.
everybody?
Yes.
So possibly in 2018.
Yes.
And when was the last time we had any communications?
The last time I remember our communications was you and I were speaking in the kitchen when the family was over.
Okay. So you think that was that time in 2018?
I think so.
Okay. And were we eating my green chili chicken enchiladas?
Do not remember that.
Isn't it the case that we were
Do you
eating
not
my
remember that?
enchiladas and they were delicious, you
Is that what I
motherfucker?
made every time we had a family get together, which was like 10 times a year?
Isn't it true that they're
Side
the
note,
best
Hatch green
enchiladas
chili.
you've ever eaten?
But here's the thing. This is also hitting every Arizona's heart because we love Hatch green chili. Like, I love green chili enchiladas. They're phenomenal. But no, I don't remember this.
that.
Okay. And when was the last time that we had a phone call or text message?
I have no idea.
Could it possibly be around that exact same time?
Possibly.
Okay. So that was possibly in early 2018?
Yes.
Okay.
Is the judge playing solitaire? What game are we thinking that he's got on his monitor?
Doom. The original.
I think that's more interactive. I think he keeps glancing back at it. I think it's got to be one of those where it's like maybe it's chess, maybe it's solitaire,
Rimworld?
maybe it's Sudoku.
RimWorld, where it could just sort of sit and run.
Could maybe.
Who do you think initiated the final communication in our relationship?
You did with
Who
and the
concluded
final
it?
communication was a bullet.
I don't know.
So right now it's 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Message
And so
in a bullet.
We haven't spoken in about 8 years. Would that be correct?
Why are you highlighting
Probably
that?
7 or 8 years.
Okay. So would you say up until that point that how often would we communicate before that?
Before what?
Before 2018?
No.
Probably on a regular basis. Once a month, twice a month, 3 times a month.
Why did we stop talking? Well, you started killing everyone I know.
Like a call or a text message?
Yes.
Just keeping in touch?
Yes.
Oh my God. This is her brother.
You know of us living in Hawaii and you were living in Kansas at the time?
Yes.
And in your career, you lived in lots of different places. Is that correct?
Yes.
Austin,
Yes.
Dallas,
Yes.
New York,
Yes.
Wichita,
Yes.
Sacramento.
Yes.
Did I miss anything?
Others.
What's relevant?
And I was in Texas,
Yes.
Okay.
Arizona,
Yes.
Cool.
Hawaii.
Yes.
Yeah.
So would you say that we were not physically close during the past 20 years?
Okay. Fast forwarding. Because that's boring. Let's get the last two.
It's not just boring, it's stupid.
Oh, this witness,
Boring
by
I
the
can
way.
forgive. Stupid is the problem here.
This is one of the only witnesses I watched a lot of her testimony, and just the weirdness of how all of this transpired is just beyond insane. It is so odd how the manifestation of this Ned and the castings and all of the above, all of this witness was strange to me. And I just realized I was so far out of my realm of comfort. 1.25. Just get through this because this is
And what
towards
did
the end.
you exactly have to contribute to the police for an hour and a half
Oh,
with someone that you
hang
have
on.
only met?
Yeah. I wanted this part.
Longer, for sure.
Why
over
is
an
she
hour.
asking?
Nope. It gets
that?
better. It's better. This is better. This is so bad. This is so bad. This is the worst cross ever.
Can you estimate how long that interview was?
What did
Oh,
you
wait.
have the
This-
police
this-
to tell
she
her?
starts-
Tell the police about how I'm guilty.
She starts asking about the police interviews. That's what she wants. She wants to know. This is Lori's vanity. She wants to know more than anything. She wants to know what other people told everyone else about her. Like, she is so into, what were you guys talking about me? Like, what did you say about me to these other people? You were talking about me to everything. This one, this last bit where she goes into, oh, this is so bad.
No, I didn't change my mind.
You had mentioned something about
Come on, Lori. You got it. You can do it.
Yes.
how many.
There we go.
You were interviewed by the police a couple of times. Is that correct?
All right, there we go. So we're getting to the police interviews. So this witness is the friend that was with Lori, and they did, I don't know how you would, the castings, the seances, Lori basically started talking about the fact that her husband was possessed by this entity, Ned, and this witness's entire testimony was very boring, but very strange and very odd. So the poor jurors that had no idea this was coming about the castings and Ned and all the weirdness, they just got a full-on understanding of this. The exorcise the demons. Yeah. Well, Lori decides that she's now very curious about what this person told detectives. And starts going down this,
insane,
which is really stupid. Why are you opening the door? Side note, everything that is going to be asked and elicited from this witness, every single thing from this witness is hearsay. Every single thing.
Oh, but you know what the magic rule of admissibility is in courts?
If the idiot brings it out themselves, it comes in.
Yep. Like, the magic rule of admissibility is, if the other side isn't objecting, it's probably going in. And so I think told this story before, but I had a moment when the prosecutor was asking something that was wildly improper about my client. They were asking my client about his past convictions for breaching court orders. And literally the question that they went with was, well, you had no problem breaching court orders before, so you had no reason not to do it now. And the thing is that is obviously a propensity
Way
question.
objectionable. Oh,
and
yeah.
The judge is like, the judge sees this, and I see the lead up too. And the judge looks at me like, are you objecting? And I'm like, nope, let it ride. And the judge is like she's looking at me, and we're having this silent conversation. And she's like, you sure? And I'm like, mm-hmm.
Dude, those are the best. Those are the best moments where the judge is trying to figure out why. They've been around you enough that they know you're doing
not
this for
dumb.
a reason. They're like,
I don't know why you're doing this.
Yep. And they're trying to figure it out. You can see it. You can see them calculating in their robe. You can see them going, why are you doing this? Yeah.
So they, get asked, you had no reason not to, violate it this time. And he goes, no. And he just lists all the reasons why he wanted nothing more to do with this person. And I was like, that's why I was letting it ride, because I knew he had excellent reasons not to want anything to do with this person, and that he was going to dunk you. And the prosecutor was just sitting there like,
yeah.
Shit. And the thing is, I couldn't have brought all of that shit in myself because it might have actually been to the point of putting my client's character in issue.
Yeah.
Because it was just so, like, it was all the bad shit she'd done to him. But it's not putting my client's character at issue when it's responding to that direct question. It's just you asked why he wouldn't want why he wouldn't want to, go back to her in breach of a no contact order. And he's like, because I want nothing to do with her. I don't want to be around her. I don't want to think about her. I don't anything. And, because she's so toxic, it was like, prosecutor, you did that shit. I could have stopped you. And I didn't want to because
the closest corollary that I have is and it's actually probably the only time I face someone who's not like murdery mentality like Lori, but like same, like this is about me, blah blah blah, control, all that stuff. Where I represent the wife and the husband, they were alternative lifestyle, right? So but the husband liked the control thing a lot. And I had held back a part of the text messages in going through my client's direct testimony because I didn't want to open that because I knew that the husband wouldn't be able to resist the opportunity of going into that. So I held it back and they brought up these text messages. So I didn't go into lifestyle stuff at all. Not at all. It was custody case. Didn't matter. So the husband in cross, the lawyer dips down and asks the husband whether there's any more questions. And the husband, the lawyer pops back up with some more questions. And the second the lawyer popped back up, I was going, oh, you're fucked. You listen to the husband. And I was getting my documents ready for my redirect because I knew that the husband was about to go down this avenue and starts opening the door of third-party male suitors. And I was like, okay. And the judge, who I know, like have been in front of a lot, is looking at me going, you're going to object, right? Like you're objecting. This is not relevant for custody. It's not, you're objecting. And he's just staring at me the entire time this is happening. And I'm not moving. I'm not jumping up. I'm not saying a damn thing. And the judge, to his credit, is not interjecting to object himself. He's letting this ride. Well, that ends up going on. And then it gets to redirect. And now, because they've opened the door with some of the text messages, I get to go into all the text messages where the husband is telling the wife to do the things that he has now tried to say that she did voluntarily. I get to bring up every text message where he guilt trips her and gaslights her and makes her do the thing and makes her agree to these things. And all of a sudden, now I've got the last word on redirect. And they don't get to get up again. And it was just one of those where I laid the trap knowing that the husband would be that stupid to jump into it. And
that's the thing.
Letting
one of the important, it's good to know all of the objections and all of the rules and so forth. But one of the biggest one is don't interrupt your opponent when they're making a mistake. Let them do it. Because it's and I've watched young lawyers do that just because they've memorized all the objections and they're like, objection, that's hearsay. And it's like, didn't you want that evidence in? Why are you keeping out the evidence you wanted in?
Yep. So this is Lori just laying it on herself.
Yes. How many times?
Twice.
Who were you interviewed by?
The first time a detective came to my home, his name was Nate Moffat, I think.
Okay. When was that about, approximately?
I want to say spring 2020.
Okay. How long was that interview?
I don't remember.
Like an hour or less, or?
And Your Honor, the witness has already answered the question. She doesn't remember.
It's a bad objection. She's allowed to, if you say you don't remember, you're allowed to ask additional questions to try and probe that memory. Like, that's fair game.
Can you estimate how long that interview was?
Well, from my memory, I don't remember it well. I thought it was only a few minutes, but I think it was longer than that, perhaps.
Longer than a few minutes?
Yes.
What about your second interview? Who was that with?
That was with 2 detectives from Idaho.
This is clutch. Yes. Every time that the whole casting thing and they describe it, I also see this scene in my head. Practical Magic, where they're all like with the brooms and the salt. Yes. So you and I right now, same.
And where did that take place?
In the Chandler police station.
And how long was that interview?
That one I remember being longer, for sure. Over an hour, perhaps an hour and a half.
And what did you exactly have to contribute to the police for an hour and a half with someone that you have only met 3 times in person in your life?
Objections.
An hour and a half with.
Hang on. It was this question. It's the way the question's phrased. Before we get to that question, Ned, I'm sorry. Ned Schneider, I feel attacked. I'm sorry, Ned. I'm sure you're not
a different
demon.
Ned. This one is apparently dead.
We're
talking about dead Ned, not live Ned.
Correct.
And we hope you continue to be live Ned because, you know, that is better.
Let's see. Stream is freezing. I will figure out these tech issues. A new computer does not fix everything all the time. Also, I need to draw attention to where was it? Where are you, Shay? Shay B giving 50 memberships.
Whoa.
Yeah. Shay, thank you. That's exceedingly kind of you. Thank you very much. And you asked about the progress on the playground. We didn't meet that goal, but I'm going to keep contributing to it. So I will meet that goal separately. But thank you, Shay. That's very kind. But yeah, so this is a choice by Lori.
And what did you exactly have to contribute to the police for an hour and a half with someone that you have only met 3 times in person in your life?
Objections.
So much evidence.
That's a lot. That's objection argumentative, objection speculation, objection foundation. That's all the objections at one time.
Or just it's like let it ride because
do you want to let the stupid come in?
Yeah.
What did you have to contribute to the investigation?
Speculation, relevance.
Sustain.
Objection, Yahtzee.
What were they interested in you telling them?
Speculation.
And I'm going to object to speculation, relevance.
Sustain.
What did you tell them about me in those interviews?
Well, that is 100% hearsay. Like 100%. Like in no circumstance would that question be allowed unless
it's asked by the stupid side.
And then and this gives you the window directly into Lori Vallow's brain, right? Rather directly into her ego. What is it that she is the most focused on? Herself. What did you tell
I
them
don't think
about
it's necessarily into her brain.
It's what's the most important thing to her. It's her. What did you tell them about me? Oh. And this is fair advice. Minnesota knows I fully believe in the supernatural because I have experiences with it that are too long to detail in a super chat. What I've learned is don't mess with crap you can't possibly understand or comprehend. That, I think, is a fair point. I don't mess with anything. I just do me. And the last thing I'm doing is calling spirit demons Ned and casting them out of bodies and burning people that I think are, I just know there's a certain threshold that I don't overstep. I keep myself right here in the natural, normal world. I like being where I am. I like the little avenue that I ride in, like my lane. I stay in it.
Objection overbroad.
Oh,
Foundation.
also calls for hearsay.
Yeah.
Sustained.
This is all in front of a jury, by the way. Every one of this in
Do
front
you
of
feel
a
like you have something to offer here today in relation to the crime that I'm charged with?
Objection relevance.
I would say objection argumentative, but either way, sure.
Goes to the final opinion.
Objection.
Ms. Sharp,
Stupid.
did you see or hear or personally witness
Compound.
me conspire with my brother or anyone else to murder my husband, Charles Vallow?
Objection compound.
No, I did not.
Thank you. No more questions.
Redirect.
She looks so fucking proud of her. Come on.
Thank you. No more questions.
Redirect.
Like, you're in the same courtroom, right? Like, we're all there. We're all watching the same thing, right? We see what's happening.
Yep.
This lady, spicy. I like her.
Ms. Lecoq, where were you on July 11th, 2019?
At home.
Wait. Hang on. What? Maybe I'm not mature enough to handle this. Wait, what? I thought.
Rob.
I
That
saw
is
some
what
of
you
these
heard.
questions.
And you are a child.
Yes, we knew that before.
Ms. Lecoq, where were you on?
Woodcock. Okay, Woodcock. You know what? I blame Sergeant Buchanan for that. 100%. So, Ms. Woodcock. Yes, it's Ms. Woodcock. I blame Sergeant Buchanan. For those of you who know, you know. For those of you who don't, I'm sorry.
On July 11th, 2019.
At home in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
No, I heard Buchanan's nickname. That's what I heard. Emily.
Hey, Emily.
Of course she comes. Right now. Right here. This is where she jumps in. Says, "Oh, hi, Chad. I'm here. Right when Rob overhears, like, the grandmother of one of the victim children. By the way, this woman gives zero fucks. Like, none. Like, if this person had a pistol in her hand, Lori Vallow would not be walking out of this courtroom. No fucking chance.
She just like casually pulled the revolver out and just.
She kind of looks that way from time to time, by the way. But she don't give a fuck.
Were you aware at all of the relationship between Charles and Tylee?
It was, let's say, it was a bit contemptuous. It seemed like there was always a lot of drama going on, and so that's all I knew. He didn't say too much about it, and I didn't pry.
But you knew that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for
I can't
a
hear
while.
you.
I'm sorry. You did.
Oh, there ain't no love lost. Oh my God. You know what I would do with this witness? What would you do? Because I would know what I would do.
I mean, is there
Pass.
anything she has to get from this witness? Because if not,
Pass.
just move on. Yep.
Pass. No questions.
Yep. I mean,
That was.
You need to have a plan for every witness, and if you have nothing to gain, there's always something to lose. So,
And for those of y'all, well, the thing is, there's a lot of ladies in the chat, and if you think that wasn't a calculated shot back about not being able to hear her and speak, if that wasn't intentional and planned right there in the middle of the conversation when we can very clearly hear Lori. You give a lot of credit to people that you shouldn't be. That was beautifully executed too. Whew. One more
I
time.
didn't cry.
You know what? Let's do that real time so you can hear how quickly her ass jumps into this conversation.
But you knew that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for
I can't
a
hear
while.
you.
I'm sorry. You did know that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for a while.
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't really aware of the events that happened that morning, were you?
The morning of
July
his murder?
Of July 11th?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me.
Oh my God, that is the worst thing to happen. Just, yeah.
This is
you
why
didn't
you
tell me.
This is why you pass. This is why you don't take this witness on.
No, I wasn't.
I mean, if you've
'Cause you
got
didn't
something
tell
you
me.
need, and if you think you can
You
get it from
going
this
on with those-
witness, but there's nothing she's getting out of this.
No, you have to. Even the best trial lawyers will see a witness and be like, no, that's all damage. Like that is all risk and no reward. Nope. Bye. Hard pass.
I have had cases where I had like a cross for a witness written out, and I saw them on direct, and I was just like, I'm not fighting this. I'm not. No. So
well, I told you about my last trial, the one that I've been waiting on, where I had to co-opt a witness. I like in the middle of trial, the judge, like this witness gets on the stand, and I have 3 pages of cross for this witness, and I want to go after this witness and annihilate them. They're an expert. They're being offered as an expert, and I think they're not an expert. And then the judge, I make one objection during their try and proffer for her credentials. I make one objection. The judge jumps down my throat, and I'm going, oh, fuck. This judge is going to not just admit her as an expert, but he likes her, and I'm in trouble. So I had to I took all 3 pages of notes. It took me 3.5 hours of prep to make. Yep. And I had to co-opt the witness on the stand, and I had to come in there with the nice guy tactic and completely change every bit of style I had and make that witness my witness. When it scared the hell out of them because they thought I was going to come in and attack him because I had filed a pretrial motion to exclude him. And I came in and I was like, so you would agree with me that this is this? And you see how defensive and careful they are. And they're like, yes. You're like, no, it's okay. It's okay. You can agree. Like, we agree that we're on this. And by the end of it, they were feeding. I had them feeding on my hand. You have to realize that there are witnesses that you can go after and witnesses you can't. And you have to be able to pivot. And you have to be able to move. There's certain witnesses that you know damn well based on the first objection or the first word out of your mouth. For example, if I had gone after this witness and they had done that first little voice check on me, if I had 3 pages of notes and questions, I might have just gone, not worth it. No questions, and sat my ass down. Because that's the smart move.
I mean, sometimes you could deal with a witness like this if you have to, by basically like pointing out to the jury or the judge, you know, look, this person is highly aggressive. They've got no reason to be. And, you know, this indicates that there might be deceptive. But if you don't have that, like, but you gotta know when you're in danger and what your objective is. Like, negotiation, they'll talk about, you know, your BATNA, your best alternative to a negotiated agreement. It's like, what is it you want out of this? What is it you hope to get? And, you know, what are your alternatives? What's your fallback strategy? So.
Yep. And how do you get there? And is it via some method of attempted slash and burn with this witness? Yeah.
But you knew that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for
I can't
a
hear
while.
you.
I'm sorry. You did know that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for a while.
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't really aware of the events that happened that morning, were you?
The morning of his murder?
Of July 11th?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me.
And this is also the thing you were just like, move to strike immediately.
Ms. Woodcock, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence that did.
This is also why you sit the fuck down.
Yep.
Because of that. Because she's motivated. Because she is absolutely going to torch you the second she gets the chance.
And she's looking for opportunities, right?
Oh my God.
Like, this isn't just that she is actively hunting you for sport.
Oh, that was the one question. Yeah, she's been doing that a lot, Emily. I don't know if you've been watching this trial at all, but this I will tell you, the East Idaho News, not just good on the Koberger coverage, also good on this coverage, because they have this little stitch of all of Lori's cross-examinations. And they are...
It's very well selected.
There's something else. Woo! That was the parting shot. Let's play it one more time.
Thank you, Charles. Ms. Woodcock, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence that did.
Thank you. No further questions.
The problem is that here's the thing. And each other thing trial lawyer knows, if that's the answer given, you're not done questioning. You cannot end on that. You can't say, thank you, no more questions, when that's the fucking answer that just came out of her mouth. Oh my God. Whew. So this trial is going swimmingly, right? Just wonderful. All of the above.
it is going swimmingly
for conviction.
Yeah, it's just the question is for who?
I had the only other person I think I shared this level of like actual feelings about individually was Daryl Brooks. And even Mr. Brooks, I could give a little bit more than I can Lori Vallow Daybell, however the fuck you say her name. I don't know how people made the comment. Should we see let's watch the guard video one more time, because that made me happy. I want to watch that one more time. This is gonna make me happy again. Where was that? Hang on 1 second. The guard video, because why not? So news about how she's able to test, or how she's able to examine her witnesses in court without handcuffs.
Well, a convicted murderer isn't wearing handcuffs in the courtroom.
But she is wearing a hidden restraint underneath her clothing, and it packs a punch. I got an up-close look at it today. All right. You ready?
Ready?
Yep. So what exactly am I doing here? You may wonder how convicted murderer Lori Vallow Daybell is able to walk around inside a courtroom unrestrained. And the answer is this: stun technology hidden under her clothes. It looks like a bulletproof vest, but it's not.
It's not. It actually has 4 points of contact. It's pretty much at the top and in the back.
Let's talk specifically about Lori Vallow Daybell. So she's wearing something like this. What is this?
That's correct. So this is what we call, many people know it as a rack belt, a stun belt. Very clear, this isn't like a taser. Does not work like a taser. It's pretty much pain compliance. So it have the prongs just like you did in the vest.
Okay.
So this makes contact with your body. You
Oh,
can
yeah.
feel it right there, right?
Right.
So in this case, what we do is we put it around the waist. So pretty much like this.
Sir, I'm going to say this respectfully, but I think chat is, well, they could watch you put things around your waist a lot. Repeatedly.
Rob.
I'm just saying what a lot of people have observed. The chat. Damn.
And this is just designed to give you a lot of pain, correct?
This is pain compliance. Like I said, unlike a taser, it doesn't affect the muscles.
The sheriff's office asked me if I wanted to know what the belt felt like. An actual stun would last 8 seconds, so I didn't put the...
All right. I want people to actually contemplate how fucking long 8 seconds is. 8 seconds. You have to ride a bull for 8 seconds, and that is an actual recorded bull ride. 8 seconds. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5, 7, 8. 8 fucking seconds. 8 seconds with that thing on full tilt. Nope.
I don't think that thing's got a half
That
setting.
is a fucking hard pass. No, it does not have a half. Paralytic. You are absolutely on the ground, not doing shit. 70,000 volts, and you are for 8 seconds. Fuck that. No.
Rob,
no
that's
chance.
not fair. You're probably doing all sorts of things, including shit.
Yes, including if there's anything in your bowels, they are no longer in your bowels for that time period.
belt all the way around me and fasten it. Still. Ah, jeez, Louise. Woo! I get it.
Yeah.
I have a new appreciation for him not cursing, but yes.
Wasn't that bad? It was terrible. Can you imagine 8 seconds?
No.
No.
Yeah, I can't imagine 8 seconds of that. Like I said, I had that for just a second or even less, and it still hurts. That was like 4 hours ago for sure. So an attention officer in the courtroom has a remote for that device that works 500 feet away, so they can remotely set off that belt from more than a football field away. So she's wearing that every day in the courtroom.
Yeah, so she's not going anywhere if she tried to. Yeah.
No.
All right, that's interesting. How are you doing? Are you okay?
You have to admit the temptation would definitely be there to use that remote at least once. Just,
He
like,
spent the last
not
like
when the
3
jury's in the box.
He spent the last 3 weeks practicing not swearing.
Kind of would have had to. But look, I stub the night, and I guarantee you the slew of profanities that come out of my mouth. I think there's new ones invented every time it happens. But you stub your toe in the middle of the night, and on a pain scale, that ain't shit. 8 seconds of that 70,000 volts. No, you probably couldn't curse if you had 8 seconds of it because you couldn't speak. Oh, yeah, that would be fun. But the good golly gee willikers, when shot is a take. My word, that was shocking. Sorry, that was immature of me. To be mature. One zap for every my husband. My God, that's cruel. Now play Taylor being tackled. Oh, the Schabusiness being tackled. We can do that. I haven't been around in a while, guys. Hang on. Let's see. Schabusiness. Schabusiness tackle. That's a person who's just. Yeah, let's see. Let's not do long crime. We'll do the quick 16-second clip. My favorite, actually, we'll do the long crime clip because my favorite was the lawyer's facial expression afterwards that made me laugh. You saw this clip, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That was like criminal defense lawyer.
That really just sums up the soul of being a defense lawyer right in that moment.
That I saw that happen, and I was like, that was 100% public defender. Like, this is 100% criminal defense lawyer. No, that's the old one, isn't it? That's not even the new one.
That's not even the new one.
I love that I just said that's not even the new one. There's a new one. Of course there's a new one. Why wouldn't there be a new one? Yeah, because of course there'd be a new one. And for those of you wondering, yes, this was not the first time that she had tackled or tried to go after her defense counsel, or she had spit at somebody. There's a reason that she had the stupid, God, what is it? The spit gag, the face mask. God, if there was ever a defense attorney that looked more like a defense attorney. I'm sorry, Ian. I'm sorry. It's meant to be a compliment.
No, it's not, but it's funny. So
it's a hard fucking life. It's a hard life. Like the bullshit that they go through, all the shit they go through on a daily basis, and the crap that gets thrown at them all the fucking time.
All right, the court will call 24 CF 1048, State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Schabusiness. Appearances.
Gordon Leach for the state.
Taylor Schabusiness is personally present. She is in custody with attorney Curtis Jelka.
All right, this matter is set for a preliminary hearing today. Mr. Jelka, what's the status?
Your Honor, my understanding is we are proceeding.
All right, Mr. Leach.
Your Honor, I'm just checking in on the status of my officer. I expected her to be here, so, but I'm also having connectivity problems here. I might need to run upstairs and see if she may be upstairs. If I can have them.
Sure.
And Judge, it sounds like just one witness. We're asking for a sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
All right.
Now, I don't know what she says there. It sounds
Raji
like
Rabu
rebel,
Rabu?
rebel.
I don't know.
Rubble.
we can play it again because it's not that. It
is one witness, Your Honor.
I'm with this one. I think this one is a good one. Razzle dazzle. That's a good guesstimate. I think that's not a bad one. WrestleMania, that's another good question. I don't know if that's it. Or Transylvania. No, it's not Transylvania. I think Razzle Dazzle is the closest that we have. Rastafari, no, there's no F in there. Razzle Rabble. Maybe. But Razzle Dazzle might be the closest. However, the attorney, side note, we talk about the attorney reacting after the fact. He doesn't give a fuck during this encounter.
Yeah.
Like watch as she lunges at him. He doesn't give a shit. There is one hand popping up. Hang on. We're gonna slow this thing down. We're gonna analyze this because this is important. No, it's not. Not at all. But is it fascinating? Okay, that makes her sound demonic. We're gonna mute that and then play it at 25% because that was horrific. One hand up. He's like, oh, what the fuck you doing? And then the deputies are doing their thing. Yeah. He's like, what the hell? That was, and he's just chilling. He's like, all right, it's a fucking Tuesday. Judge, can we just keep going? Like, I got other clients. You know what? It's Tuesday. You want tacos?
This
I want
is why I
tacos.
say it's the soul of defense lawyering, because he's just like, yep, shit happens.
Yeah. He's looking at the lawyer like, hey, you still up for beers later? Like, we still gonna do this? Because I think that'd be fun. Like, it's been a while since we've had beers. Yeah, she's still on the ground. She's still over there. She's not. We're still having her hearing though, right? Like the witness, they're still in custody. How many deputies were there? That's a lot of deputies. Who let her? Who thought that was a good idea? Given the prior attacks. What a just amazing. Just astounding. Oh my gosh. She razzled and got dazzled. She did. Where's her shock belt? I don't know.
I don't think she has a shock belt because she's in all the other restraints.
Every other restraint. Okay. Let's catch up on the questions, get through those, and then we'll talk about Diddy briefly before we're out of here. Mispronounced name. If the prosecutor said objection, who gives a fuck? Do you think the judge would yell at them before or after laughing?
The judge would laugh later in chambers.
Yeah, this judge does not laugh in court. This judge is very stoic, and I appreciate the hell out of that because I don't know how he's making it through these hearings, but the judge is doing a good job. Shay B, because you started killing everyone I know, Ian saying basically everything out loud. Yeah, kind of. Kimberly Fisher, make sure to watch Recross for Adam. And is great. I will have to check that another time. Unfortunately, is any of this relevant? No. None of what Lori asked in questioning was relevant, except for one question of the detective.
I mean, it's plenty relevant. It's just not helpful to her.
Her own guilt. Yeah. Jill, Lori gives us new meaning to the phrase the whole enchilada. The whole of everything that we should not be asking witnesses. Runkle, CrimeCon equals thing in Nashville you attended.
I know what CrimeCon is. I just didn't. I wasn't sort of up to date on the next one.
Oh, Terra-ized. Love the question. Love the name, by the way. When the judge called for cross-examination, Kay audibly whispered, "Oh boy." Yeah. Well, she probably shouldn't have done that, but every witness would be saying that. Kristen M96. Oh wait, it's April. Is there a birthday celebration? I don't know. I don't know what time of day it is, year it is, or I have lost track of all things. I have officially entered the era where these kids run my life, and I don't know when it ends. It will end.
It never ends, and you're gonna be okay with it.
Yeah, I'm largely okay with it, but we're just
the good news on that too is it doesn't matter if you are or aren't. It's like that decision has been made. That ship has sailed.
Also true. That is also true. You know what?
It is returning from the new world with a whole.
We're happier. We are better. We are delighted. We have the week to ourselves this week. We're happy about that too. So that's my birthday celebration. Gotcha. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Babarina, thanks for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Rob, did you get the middle thing I sent you? Pants, I have to go by the P.O. box. I haven't been there in about 3 or 4 months, so I have to go by and check things out. Book Dragon KSC. Can she argue the lack of objections is an appeal? Nope. She waived that when she decided to fire her counsel. Donna's Banana Bread, thanks for being a member. Ryan YYC, thank you for the gifted memberships. That's very kind. Lori Webster, my dad already steak. Just back it up to the radiator. Life. Thanks for being a member. Vez, conferences at the World Bank in the day, free at night. And Vez will be with me. Oh, this Vez will be with me. What is the best way to reach you, Gmail or Twitter? Gmail is the best. And honestly, I would do Twitter's. I get on. I'm back and forth. Jen DeSimio, thank you for becoming a member. The Michelle dating app, perfect segue. Not really sorry. Finally freed. My traditional relationship led to 23 years of DV. My Tinder relationship is better than I'd ever imagined. I'm damn lucky to have my partner. He's 100. That's a wonderful story. It's a sad beginning, but a wonderful ending. Froggy Girl, thanks for being a member. Thanks for being a member for 24 months. And I have to bring this up again because sardonisms made me laugh at the beginning of the stream. The French word for vegan cheese is fromage.
Still funny.
That was worth saying twice. Okay, so quick swoop. Double. And the final discussion is on Diddy is seeking information from Warner Brothers. But what information? I was looking at this on the docket today. What the hell is going on? That's very odd. Why is Warner Brothers being involved in this case? Well, can we find a way to share the screen? All right, so Warner Brothers files this memorandum of law in support of its motion to quash. So what are we quashing? What are we looking for? U.S. v. Combs, non-party Warner Brothers respectfully submits the memorandum of law in support of its motion. Subpoena, a copy of which was attached to the accompanying declaration of Thomas B. Sullivan, seeks material relating to the documentary series The Fall of Diddy, which was recently aired by a subsidiary. Oh, no. Mr. Combs is seeking the outtakes of the interviews from two people in the series. Huh. Does this sound familiar to the Karen Reed stuff a little bit?
Little bit.
Just a bit. Like, maybe.
Like,
why are all of us talking? The subpoena should be quashed on two separate independent grounds. First, subpoena, even as modified through the agreement, exceeds the scope of 17C, amounting to a kind of general fishing expedition that the rules forbid. Even if it's proper, it's protected by the reporter's privilege that applies to unpublished news gathering materials. Mr. Combs has not met the burden. Well, we know how Judge Bev handled this. We actually saw this almost exact issue come up in Karen Reed. So WBD's motion should be granted. Mr. Combs, now the difference is, here's the difference between this motion and this attempt to quash the release of this information versus the Karen Reed case, is the people that are speaking in this case are the purported victims versus Karen Reed, where you have the defendant making statements. Defendant statements are always going to be relevant. Always. 100% of the time. Which is why if you are the lawyer and you're looking at your client and your client is saying anything out loud in public, you are taking duct tape and liberally applying the duct tape in concentric circles around their mouth.
Now, again, Rob is speaking figuratively. You would never duct tape a client's mouth. You'd use JB Weld because it's
much more effective. Exactly. Thank you, Ian, for cutting me off and making that correct. You're right. I wouldn't use duct tape. I would probably use high-powered resin and epoxy. UV, just yeah, that would probably be how I would do it. But if you're representing a criminal defendant and that criminal defendant is talking, you are taking socks, shoving it in their mouth, duct taping the outside, and then like resin epoxying the outside of it, and then you're probably taking concrete. You can't do that. That's actually murder. You're doing everything you can to make that stop. Which is why when Karen Reed was going on all these interviews, I'm looking at it going, what the fuck are you doing? Why? I know you guys are great defense attorneys, but why are you doing that? Why are you opening the door?
Well, because unfortunately they have two considerations. Consideration one,
money.
Win the case. Consideration two, afford to win the case.
Fund the case. Yes. Fund the winning of the case. I understand that part. It's a double-edged sword. I get it. It's just very, 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 it cuts against everything that we know as lawyers that's drilled into us by the years of practice of just.
It's just part of the fundamental unfairness of the whole, the state has infinite money. The state can fund its prosecution.
I get it.
And
so, but back to Diddy, I think this is in a different posture than Karen Reed, right? So, oh, look, hey, this is a docket podcast. Okay, we're previewing them. So the documentary series was the product of extensive reporting and included on-camera interviews with, among others, individual A and individual B. So these are the individuals that are the named victims. And we are very much, I appreciate that we are abiding by the order in the court not to divulge information. Individual A is Mr. Combs' former personal chef. She's featured in the docuseries speaking about how Mr. Combs treated her when she was employed by him, as well as about various rumors she heard about his behavior during her time in his orbit. Individual B is a former romantic partner of Mr. Combs. She's featured in the docuseries discussing the origins and path of her relationship with him, including one alleged incident of sexual assault. See, this part might actually be that one. If there are outtakes involving this description of this event, then that might get turned over. Don't know though. As served, Mr. Combs' subpoena sought 3 categories of documents. All right, what are we looking for, Sean? What are you looking for, Diddy? Request 1, all recordings of interviews with individual A or individual B created in connection with the documentary series, including all unaired outtakes. Huh. Well, you're going to have to narrow that scope a little bit for me in order for me to give that to you under the rules. But I can see where you're approaching very much. Request number 2, all diary entries, journals, narratives, or notes provided by either individual A or B. Now, here's the caveat, provided by. So these are notes not taken by individuals, at least this section here. These are notes provided by these third parties to the documentary or in connection with that documentary. So this is things that they have written themselves, their words, their statements. Okay.
Yeah, guys, we do not worry about who, because we're all covering the same cases. It's just always the same. Like when Karen Reed starts up, watch Emily for live coverage, and I'll be doing recaps in the evening. So
you realize there's only a certain amount of content and cases that we're all covering, and we're all interested about the same stuff, like all the time. Like
and generally, if there's anybody covering something and they're the only person, it's because nobody cares about that case.
Yeah, like when I cover bankruptcy cases, that's me. Hi. Yeah. Although the 23andMe stuff is interesting. You want to hear about that? I can talk about that in a minute.
I do kind of, actually.
I can do about that. Request number 3, records of any financial payments made to either individual A or B in connection with the documentary series. See, that part, I don't know that that's fair game for the defense.
Let's see goes to financial motives. To
I can see that. I'm getting there, but I'm wondering how it weighs when I do the balancing. Let's see what Combs brings up in response to it, because he filed a response to this. The subpoena was served on March 24th with the return date on the next day. Well, that's that's unreasonable as shit. In no case is the court going to enforce a subpoena with the next day return on document production. Counsel for Mr. Combs subsequently extended the return date to April 8th. That's more reasonable, but not by much, as part of the party's effort to resolve or narrow the disputes regarding the subpoena. During those discussions, Mr. Combs agreed to drop the second and third requests. It's not bad. So drop 2 and 3. So no diary and no financial payments, but we want the statements. At present, the only issue, the only remaining area of dispute is a request for the outtakes. Ooh, this is fascinating. Huh. I think Chef might be off the table. Vic, I'm putting on the table. What do you think?
I mean, if the chef is a potential witness.
But they haven't, you would need to point me to where and what statements were made by the chef that would draw connection to this particular case. Huh. But the Vic, I think they're in the running. Huh. WB now moves to quash the subpoena. Even as limited, the open-ended request for interview outtakes exceed the scope of Rule 17C. And the unpublished news gathering material it seeks is protected from disclosure by the reporter's privilege, which cannot be overcome under the circumstances of this case. Okay, so Rule 17C. Actually, let's pull this up. FR, not FRCP. It's FR Crim P. 17C. Producing documents and objects in general. A subpoena may order the witness to produce any books, papers, documents, data, or other objects the subpoena designates. The court may direct the witness to produce the designated items in court before trial or before they are offered into evidence. When the items arrive, the clerk may permit the parties and their attorneys to inspect all or part of them, quashing or modifying. On motion made promptly, the court may quash or modify the subpoena if compliance would be unreasonable or oppressive. Subpoena for personal or confidential information about a victim. All right, can't get confidential shit. Service, information, place, manner, respects, information not subject to a subpoena. Can't. No party may subpoena a statement of a witness under this rule. Okay, let's go back to here. The subpoena should be quashed because it exceeds the scope of 17C. Purpose of 17C is to facilitate the trial by designating a time and place prior to trial to obtain and inspect evidentiary material. You cannot use it for conducting a general fishing expedition. Thus, courts must be careful that Rule 17C is not turned into a broad discovery device, thereby undercutting the strict limitation of discovery in criminal cases. The motion to quash, the parties seeking compliance must make a preponderance showing that the materials requested are relevant, specifically identified, admissible, and not otherwise procurable by the exercise of due diligence. Well, that's a heck of a standard. Okay, so here are the factors. Relevant, specifically identified, admissible, and not otherwise procurable by the exercise of due diligence. So, point number 4, I'll give them. You can't get them except, going through this avenue. WB's the only one that has them. Got it.
That part seems reasonable.
Relevant. That's reasonable. Admissible is a tough hurdle on this one because it would be admissible for impeachment purposes, but that really wouldn't make the statements themselves admissible. Huh. Specifically identified, sure. Outtakes during a period of time. I'm there. Relevant. Got a little bit of a hurdle to go through. First, the subpoena does not identify the materials sought with sufficient specificity. Oh, I disagree. I
mean, I think there's enough specificity there. That doesn't seem to me to be the problem.
There's enough. This is a bad argument. That's a bad argument. They said outtakes of a specific filming session. It's pretty easy to figure out what the hell they're looking for. That's not a fishing expedition. That is saying, this is what you aired. There are other takes of this elsewhere. Those are the things I want. That's pretty specific. Courts have consistently held that broad requests for interview outtakes without any specific reason to believe relevant non-cumulative statements are inconsistent with the rule. Well, and this is where I'm caught between the chef and the victim. The chef, maybe not. The victim, I'm pretty sure you've made that connection. Same applies here. Mr. Combs has not met his burden to demonstrate the subpoena is anything but prohibiting a fishing expedition. No, I disagree if there are victim statements in there. I very much disagree if there's victim statements about what transpired, because he would very much be entitled to know if that victim made an inconsistent statement other than the one that aired. Right? You and I are the same page there?
Yep. I mean, I don't think this is a crazy ask.
This is not crazy.
The reporter's privilege might be an issue, but I don't know enough about this specific area's reporter's privilege.
Second, the subpoena also fails the relevance and admissibility requirements of Rule 17C. Well, I'm going to disagree on the victim front. I will say that, maybe the chef, maybe individual A, depending on what was said. I don't know. I'm leaning towards the judge giving them this. Recordings would be hearsay, not therefore directly admissible. Doesn't mean directly admissible. means if I can get it in, you can get it in. Especially if that victim is on the government's
It's not directly admissible, but it is going to be.
Especially if that victim is on the government's witness list, or if the chef is on the witness list. If these people are on the government's witness list, let me tell you how this becomes very easy for the defense. If these individuals are listed on the witness list, I get these statements. I'm pretty confident I would. Quash because Mr. Combs cannot overcome. Here's the reporter's privilege argument. The Second Circuit has long recognized a qualified reporter's privilege, which applies in both civil and criminal proceedings and to both non-confidential and confidential news gathering and source material. The privilege applies to, among others, documentary filmmakers. As applied specifically to non-confidential news gathering materials, such as those at issue here, the privilege rests on the recognition that, quote, if the parties to any lawsuit were free to subpoena the press at will, it would likely become standard operating procedure for those litigating against an entity that had been the subject of press attention to sift through press files in search of information supporting their claims. The resulting wholesale exposure of press files to litigant scrutiny would burden the press with heavy costs of subpoena compliance and could otherwise impair its ability to perform its duties, particularly if those potential sources were deterred from speaking to the press or insisted on remaining anonymous because of the likelihood they would be sucked into litigation. This is, when was this case? The Gonzalez case? This was in 1998, and it reads like 1998. A lot of the concerns that are expressed in this case in 1998 are very different when you analyze the same rubric now. Very different. I mean, this is going to, at some point in time, going to require a wholesale revisiting by a court of appeals at some point, because how we store, collect, and distribute data and information is so different than when it was in 98. I mean, this entire opinion is written on the premise of a newspaper, right? And a reporter that has a notebook with what they have transcribed for what's said. It's very different than what we have now. To overcome the privilege, the party seeking to compel production is required to show that the materials at issue are of likely relevance to a significant issue in the case and are not reasonably obtainable from any other available sources. Mr. Combs cannot make that showing with respect to the interview outtakes. I don't know that he can. I can make that. I feel like I can make that showing. Ian, can you? The materials at issue, the outtakes, the interview outtakes for the victim or one of the victims and the chef who are talking publicly about their interactions with Combs, are they likely relevant to a significant issue in the case? With the victim, did the thing happen? Is that relevant? Yeah. And not reasonably obtainable from other available sources. Well, they talk to you. You have a recording of that conversation. I can't get that recording of that conversation from anybody else. So, I don't know. I'm reading, Ian, or where are you falling down on this? This is their motion. They're supposed to be persuading me.
I suspect that they don't. I mean, I suspect it'll come down to the reporter's privilege, really. And I don't know the four corners of it on this one. But, I mean, the information doesn't seem unreasonable for them to get. And, I mean, they are relevant to a significant issue. And they are... I don't see how they obtain it from any other source. So, yeah.
And the thing is, courts have consistently held that broad subpoenas for journalistic outtakes based on the hope that the unpublished material might prove relevant in some ways are insufficient to overcome a reporter's privilege. I think that's different when you have outtakes of general things occurring versus when you have a victim testifying or speaking about what transpired with this defendant. That's very different. Very different. This is a very interesting argument. Very interesting argument. And the government joins the motion to quash. Diddy has not directly responded to this one yet. So I'm very curious how this is going to play out. My gut tells me this. My gut says that these are being turned over. That's what my gut says. That it was smart for Diddy to narrow and remove out requests 2 and 3, right? No journal, no diary, no notes, but get me the actual outtakes of the interviews themselves from these 2 individuals. It was a smart move. And I think that narrowing that scope, if I'm Judge Subramanian, I think he gets this. So I don't know. Well, we're gonna have to see. I think a lot of this is gonna be solved next week. We'll see the government. We'll see Diddy's response. The judge is gonna set a scheduling date for this one. This is gonna be argued, and we shall see how that plays out. So if you have thoughts about that, guys, leave them in the comments of the video below, please. Love to hear back from you on whether you think that should be turned over or not.
I mean,
Danny,
it will make it more difficult to do documentaries, but I don't have an issue if the documentary's got to wait. Like, if they're like, we can't really do a documentary until after the trial, I'm like, okay.
And that part for me is the balancing where it's like, I'm not concerned about that part. Because when I balance everything about like the public's right to know, right? The public's right to know versus the accused right to a fair trial. I am always going to side on the accused right to a fair trial.
And the thing is even in a case like Diddy, where Diddy is really, I mean, aside from what he's charged with, but he's really who you want to be as, as an accused, in that he's got so much money. And your average accused person has none of that. Your average accused person has like 6 pennies and some crack pipe residue to his name. And, is probably got plans for that residue later. So it's spoken for. And, it's like, how do they mount a defense like that? Because I can tell you, your lawyer does not accept crack pipe residue as payment, or if they do,
it's
time to find another lawyer.
You got a problem, man. My head went right there too. Like if they do, Ian.
I mean, I can't say for certain that they don't, but yeah.
Well, we're gonna have to see, because that's gonna play out this coming week. Oh, people questions about 23andMe. All right, well, let's swoop to this. We'll be a quick topic. I promise. All right, 23andMe. So for those of you who were not aware, 23 filed bankruptcy. And they filed Chapter 11 reorganization. So we do the little spiel I usually do. 3 different chapters of bankruptcy commonly associated with consumers. No, we'll do entity. There are 2 basic entity bankruptcies. Well, three. Chapter 7, 5, and 13. 5 and 11. 5 and 11 kind of view in the same category, right? 11 is for small entities, or 5 is for small entities. 11 is for large entities. 7 is liquidation. So 23andMe, most entities will start off in a Chapter 11. What it is they're trying to create a repayment plan, or a plan to allow a restructuring that allows for a creditors committee to vote on the plan that says we're going to restructure debts and pay certain obligations this way. We're going to sell off certain assets this way. We're going to break up our entity in this fashion, and we're going to continue moving forward, right? So most entities will start in a Chapter 11 and say, we want to reorganize. We want to continue operating. However, I think it's like 95% of Chapter 11s end in Chapter 7, where the reorganization ends up being unsuccessful. And at the end of the day, you end up liquidating to resolve the rest of the debts. So 23andMe filed a Chapter 11. 23andMe is the entity that was basically a genetic testing company that would compile a database of all genetic material that they had, and they would give you would submit your DNA to them, and they would come back and they would say, hey, you have ancestors here, 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 here. They would analyze your DNA. They would say, this is your history, your genetic history file. And back when this entity first was created, there were a lot of people that were very, very skeptical. They were hawkish. They basically said, why would you give your DNA to these databases? They would then own your DNA profile. And everyone said, well, you know, it's not a big deal. You know, they really wouldn't.
That is not
own
what
it.
I said.
It's my DNA. A lot of people did. A lot of people said, you know, it's my DNA. They don't really own it. It's not an asset. You know, I'm just getting information. That's all they have. Plus, what is the information worth? What is the value to this information? Well, that was back when 23andMe first started becoming relevant, which is when did they open it? 23andMe origin. I want to say about a decade ago. Yeah, 2006. So about 20 years ago. 19 years ago when 23andMe opened. So years ago, we viewed information very differently than we do now. Now, the people that viewed information the way we do now, they're making millions and millions of dollars because they invested in information gathering and information sales and information databasing and archiving and just marketing, right? Information is key. And Facebook, Meta, Instagram, all of the social media that's out there, LinkedIn, everything, they all market in information, your information. When you sign up for one of these profiles and services, you give them a certain amount of information. And that information has remarkable value. And that's not just contact information, but it has kind of information about who you are, how to target advertising to you specifically. This is what algorithms are. So what is, well, 23andMe? It's a database of information. And we learned in the last two decades that databases of contact information, even employer lists, or not employer lists, but customer lists are things of value, right? An entity, something like Cloudflare or what's the other big one? Who's the big internet database information? Cloudflare, CrowdStrike, that maintains a lot of information about IP addresses. Do you think IP address information has value? Because I can tell you who thinks it has value: governments.
Yeah, I was going to say all of this. Yeah.
I can tell you who thinks this has value: everybody. They all would pay a good amount of money to get that information. So when an entity that owns that information files bankruptcy, what does that entity have to sell? Well, they have the furniture in their offices. They have the office buildings to the extent they have them. They have the servers to the extent they own them, but they also have the data that they collect and maintain and store. And yes, that data is an asset that can be sold in bankruptcy. So people were very concerned about this when 23andMe said, we're filing Chapter 11. And people were saying, oh my God, they couldn't possibly sell my DNA information to third parties. And I very quickly said, oh, yes, they can.
And they
They
will.
absolutely can, and they absolutely will. And the trustee is absolutely going to be required to. Because the creditors of 23andMe are looking back at the investments that they made, and they said, I invested in this asset that had value. And if you're not getting that value back when you sell this entity or break it up, you are failing all of the investors. So you better sell this asset, the customer database of DNA, and you better get the highest dollar figure for it. And you know what the judge said? Yep. It is sellable. It is absolutely sellable. Now, what does this mean practically speaking? It doesn't mean doom and gloom like you would think. So who was going to buy? Who is going to be a marketable buyer for this? Who's going to come in with the highest dollar figure? And who is the trustee or the judge going to approve of as being the buyer? Well, highest dollar figure means that someone actually has to have the capability of using it and maximizing and using that for gain. So I would not be surprised if there weren't a number of government entities that were applying to purchase this information. I also wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't a large collective of private investors that had contracts with government entities that were saying, hey, y'all's databases suck. If you want a bigger one, I'm about to buy 23andMe's entire DNA database, and I'll have that and make that available to you at a premium or a cost. Call it a subscription for you government and governments.
That would be like, that is a terrifying possibility that a government just buys this and just decides to use it for policing.
It's a third party. No, a third party is going to buy it and use it for policing. I can guarantee you. I can always promise it. Now, where can things go awry for this third party? Do we still have privacy rights? Yes, you do. So if you had if 23andMe had existing terms as far as how they could use your data, the Chapter 11, the bankruptcy cannot restructure your privacy rights. They can't destroy those. If you contracted a certain amount of privacy, they can't expand upon that privacy. They can't infringe upon that further than what you have contracted for. However, they can infringe up to the extent of that contract. So if you promised 23andMe that you were going to allow them to do A, B, C, and D, they going to do A, B, C, and D, whether they did in the past or not, which is why so many people jumped in and used that privacy right that 23andMe gave them, which allowed you to go and terminate and expunge your information from the database. They used that immediately to great effect, which decreased the value to the actual asset itself. So where does this go from here? There's a database of DNA. How much DNA is in that? We don't know with how many people terminated that. Who's going to buy it? I can venture that it's going to be a collective. It's probably going to be a private entity, and they're probably going to have a contract lined up with a bunch of government entities on how to use that DNA. So if you still have your DNA profile in 23andMe, I very much recommend that you contact whomever you can to have that removed. There is a method by which I think people are actually asking that it be terminated and purged. So please look into that yourselves, because it's going to be pretty important that you do that, because we don't know who's going to buy this database, but the database is going to be sold. It is 100%. So the notion that it wouldn't be, or that you have some massive privacy interest in your DNA that you contracted to give away, it's getting sold. So that is the 23andMe in a brief. That was like 10 minutes, right? That wasn't bad.
That wasn't bad. I keep wanting to do like 23andMe, but like put it in my name, but like pay a homeless guy to swab. Or just be like,
Ian,
yep, I will put it in the database.
Then you would get the mounted police on your front door saying, Mr. Runkle, there are certain things we'd like to investigate you for. For example,
and I'd be like, yeah,
your
good luck
DNA
with that.
flagged for A, B, C, D, and E. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd be like, I have the world's best alibi. Because
God.
pick somebody who's like, fly to like Paris and like pay a French homeless guy. And it's like,
don't do that.
You are suspected of all of this stuff in Paris. And it's like, well, I don't
do that.
live
That's
in
terrible.
Paris.
That's terrible. But that's the update on 23andMe. So catch up on these super chats and we'll get out of here. Thank you to Sandy for my mod who basically just posted. Let's see if I can't do this here. There's a link in the chat on how to go about requesting the removal of your information. Just posted it so you can try to grab that, and I'll see if I can't post that elsewhere too. Okay, playing catch up. Danny Chirinos, stoked to catch a live. Always watch replay from the UK, but in MX ATM. In Mexico at the moment, my mom had a stroke and craniectomy. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
Wow. Okay.
Past critical 72 hours. Now hoping she wakes up. My hope is with you as well. Watching you helps a lot. Please send prayers and good vibes her way. Thank you. Prayers and good vibes are absolutely going your way. I will say extra prayers tonight for your mom. Thank you for sharing that. Megan, aka Meg is autistic. Awesome stream. Thank you. Thank you, Meg. Martha Ivy, always enjoy FNF. Thanks, Robin Ian. Y'all rock. Thank you very much. Uncle Blarney AB, volunteering at Swim Spec Olympics in the AM. Good night, all. Good night to you. Thank you very much, Analytical. Matilda, good morning, 7:20 a.m. from the Netherlands. Good morning to you in the Netherlands. So, cheers to all of you. Thank you for super chats. We hit 3 topics tonight. Lori Vallow, hopefully we don't have to see a whole lot more of that. That's going to go down in flames the way it should. Diddy is going to be interesting. And then the 23andMe case. So covered through all 3. Ian, are you streaming on Monday?
I am likely streaming on Monday. The reason why I say likely is that I feel like crap right now. And if I get worse over the weekend, then we'll see about Monday. The other, and I really want to get better for Tuesday, because Tuesday I think is opening statements and Karen Reed. So streaming Tuesday, I've already discussed with Mrs. Runkle that we've already made plans to move date night to allow that. So, yeah, I just got to see. I also have to finish up all of the. So I've got my first draft, and sort of revisions and so forth for my Supreme Court filings, but it's the Supreme Court. I have to do 8 documents that have to be perfect to go with it. That for things like I have to do a certification of my name. I have to file a certification that my name and
is yours.
Also, well, not just is mine, but also that my name is the same in English and French. And I don't even know if that is Ian a thing in en français? I don't know. So, but it's just I only use one name, so there's the certification. I have to certify that there's no publication bans. I have to certify. So all of these things I have to do, and it's going to be a major pain in the butt. So I am probably going to be spending the weekend doing this with all of the things. So it's
I've already promised to redline, so I'm redlining something for you.
Yes.
Get red lines.
Christina says, Runkle, you seem to be working too hard. You are not wrong. Other things I want to do. I still have to purchase plants for the land and get out there to plant some stuff because I want to plant things. I don't know if I'll get that done this year because it's so busy. All of the stuff for the land I need to do. One of the big things is I need to buy a toilet, like a little outhouse. And
a chemical toilet. Yes, I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's probably not even going to be a chemical toilet. It's probably going to be like a seat and then a big reservoir. Yeah. And in a little house. But Mrs. Runkle wants to use the land to take her guides up to have a little, to camp up there.
Oh, that's a great idea. That's a wonderful idea.
She doesn't want them like having
I
to
get
dig
it.
holes
I get
to
it.
poop in.
Yep.
So it's like, well, so that's expensive, and I'll probably have to assemble it and paint it and all of that stuff. So at some point I got to figure out a time to go and like build a toilet on this on this property.
Yeah. Let me tell you that at some point I have to figure out a time for. You can fill in the blank of any number of things after that, and you and I are going to be on the same page.
Yeah, and at some point you'll have to come visit. I'm hoping to get. I got to figure out like what sort of, because I was hoping to win the gun or the bunkie, but that didn't happen. So I need to figure out some other sort of structure to have up there.
Ooh, I can help.
So yeah,
I like that kind of thought.
So that's the thing, and within a budget and all of that stuff. Because I mean, the easy way to do it would be to just be like, I am building a super palace up there, but the palaces are beyond my budget, especially because the government just took all of my money in taxes.
Hang on. Tell people what you're covering right now and what videos you just posted. Because you posted 2 videos this week.
Yep, and one of them I have taken down again because it was causing some strife. But there's a bunch of new gun control proposals that I got to do. I'm going to be covering Karen Reed. I'm going to be covering. There's a case I want to look into that has. So this woman wants to become a lawyer. She is in her 30s, and she's saying, I want to become a lawyer. And the only problem is that when she was a youth, she committed a crime. And she got convicted of it. And it's no big deal. It's just a little thing called murder. And not only is it murder, but it's a murder that was like, that got national attention. And she's like, I would like to, I want to be a lawyer now. So I'm like, I actually think this is really kind of neat. And my my kind of initial feeling is that she probably should be allowed to become a lawyer. That's the whole point of our youth sentencing.
Yes.
And I'm like, all right. There's no indication that she's like a murderer now. And so I'm like, the whole point of youth sentencing is for rehabilitation.
And that's what my gut tells me all the time is people always say, well, they're a lawyer. How are they convicted? Like, how are they still practicing law? I said, well, they did a bad. But if we basically say that someone did a bad and they by that bad have forfeited every opportunity to do a good in the future.
Yep. It's so that's kind of my initial feelings on it is like, why shouldn't she be able to become a lawyer? And somebody says, is this a Canadian case? Yes. Canada has a different youth system than I think the States does. So unless you're charged as an adult, and there are provisions to allow for charging as an adult in Canada, but unless you're charged as an adult, you will one of the big things on that, I mean, you get sentenced differently, but the other thing is that your identity is protected. So you get, so you'll get cases that'll be like RV, JS or something. And that could be like a domestic or an SA file, but a lot of the time it's because it's a youth. And the fun thing is that this applies even if you committed the crime as a youth, but they're charging you much later. So I had a guy who was in his 50s who was in youth court because he was charged in his 50s with an offense that, you know, it was basically a situation of like they had DNA on file for the crime.
Oh God!
And then it matched to him on something else.
Yeah.
And you know, he's there in court, and they're like, "Yeah, we still want to prosecute this because it's real serious." And you know, but he's 50, so it's like okay, and his identity is still protected. And like those protections, I can go to like if I know the client's like if I know an accused name and I publish it, I can go to jail. Like, and they do.
That, I appreciate that about that system in Canada, and it's better
I'm hearing
than
that
ours.
It's like that with. I don't know a whole lot about the U.S. youth system, so I'm hearing that
it's not. We're good, but we're not that good. There's a bunch of administrative loopholes and things that slip through the cracks, but we're pretty good about it. We're pretty good.
Yeah, I just think it's really fascinating and kind of contentious and controversial because, like, there's a lot of people who are super angry at the thought that she might become a lawyer, and I'm like, she's not in jail, so like, what do you think she's gonna do? Like,
what is she? What is giving that person a law degree going to really do? That's something I hated. I hated about the argument of this person did a bad thing, therefore they cannot be a lawyer. I'm sorry.
I mean, it depends on the bad thing, and it depends on because I also covered a case where I'm a little less thrilled, where they're like, yeah, this person can become a lawyer, and the offenses were like bad pictures offenses.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I don't know. Now, on one hand, normally I would say, sure, allow this person to become a lawyer, but restrict their practice. And what is it? And say, like, you can't do family, you can't do youth, right? You can't do anything involving, you know, that'll put you in. But if you want to do real
depending
estate
on the specifics of the offense, correct.
You know, if you want to do real estate or corporate commercial, okay, fine. The problem is that he also had a bunch of like moments of dishonesty. Like he tried to hide that he was that he had faced these charges, and I'm like, that should be fatal. So
yeah,
the lying about it should be the issue.
On the topic of the information that's protected for juveniles, Elf Wiggins makes a comment. It's the exact same in Virginia. It is and it's not, because in Virginia, you can actually have a public records exception. So public records exception, if you're doing background checks, right? I can do a background check with public records access, and I can get access to sealed files for minors. Also, sometimes indexing problems happen in various clerk's offices where I can go into, and I've seen it happen in Fairfax, where I can actually go and somehow access a minor file in the public system where I shouldn't be able to. There are things that get slipped up. It's supposed to be the same as far as not having that information. But in practice, I don't know that I have seen enough of it where I can get information that I shouldn't be able to get with a conversation with a clerk that they shouldn't have. So, and Julia, if Elf Wiggins is, yeah, might be right. I'm just saying, in my experience, I've seen the same thing. I've seen this happen.
And the thing is you can end up with different. You can end up with differences between how things work in theory versus in practice, because sometimes these things leak. One of the problems that Canada has with leaking sometimes is that, like, we are next to the States. And so Canada will say, we cannot release the name of this. Like, here's an example. In one case, there was a young person who was, the police actually got permission before they were charged to release their name. And the reason why they were doing that is that this young person was actually a danger to the public. And so the police were like, hey, we got to release this person's name. And then they finally managed to arrest this person and charge them. And then they, and then once they were charged, all of the name had to be scrubbed, because in Canada now it's a criminal offense to release it. So the police had to remove that. They had to tell people who'd like reshared it, like, please take this name down. The problem is that US publications are not subject to that. And so that name is still out there. But Elf Wiggins, I'm siding with you on this one.
Oh, no. No, I'm also saying, Elf Wiggins, yeah, shoot me an email. I will give you my cell phone number. We've got some to do. It's a jurisdiction that you and I probably know very well. It should not have happened. And it was a cross filing, and we can chat. Happy to, very happy to. Let's say that I have an issue with the continuing election of a certain clerk of courts in this jurisdiction where we run into problems a lot. But shoot me an email. I will give you a call, because that'll be a fun conversation. Promise you. Now I'm very curious. Yeah, let's have that comment. Side note, if your first name is E and your last name is L, if I know, then say something, email me. Just saying. Okay. All right. Shay B came in with some memberships, 20 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Shay B. Thank you both for being my emotional support attorneys during a very rough year. We'll continue to be an avid member for both of you. Shay B, thank you for being here, and the contributions you make both in chat and just in the live streams in general. That would be very, very much appreciated. Just thank you very much for all you do. So we're happy to be here for you. You're here for us all the time. Jade, heard about the defendant who got shocked multiple times after deputy dropped the remote in the toilet. That sounds like the worst day literally ever.
If that was my client, I'd probably just be like, so prosecutor, can we just call this one even? Like, you just drop the charges because you got your punishment in the other way. Like, we'll call terrible. This one a day, right?
we're just gonna chalk this one up as a net zero, right? Like, we're just gonna call it even. Yeah. That's a bad day. Jan, first time catching a bit of you live in a while. Morning, Rob and Ian from Glasgow. Looking forward to catching up in a bit. Glad to see you. Thank you, Jan. Jan, it has been a while. Glad to see you back. Kelly P. I worked with Jennifer, who passed away from the Wii contest. Oh my God. She was a great mom trying to win the Wii for kids. Radio station in Sac was responsible. Very sad.
That is, and that's the problem is when you have a prize like that, you're actively courting like some of the most tragic potential victims, because you're either going to get like a teenager who's like really keen, or, you know, a young mom like this, you know, or, you know, terrible. I actually, one of the things I'm kind of proud of is at one point I got one of those contests canceled because there was a group was like announcing we're going to do this contest, and it's going to be a big thing. And I managed to get a hold of them. And I was like, hey, just so you know, you should Google this because people die. And they're like, well, and I'm like, and then the people who are hosting it get sued to shit. And they're like, and then the next thing, they never called me back or anything, but I just saw, we are canceling the whole like contest aspect and it'll just be a draw. And I was like, yay.
Yeah. Those contests are horrible.
Yeah.
Elf Wiggins, the email address is lawandlumber, spelled out LAWAND, lawandlumber @gmail.com. That's the best way to get a hold of me. Okay. Shay B, been a member for 31 months and was contributing the whole time. All right. So we are going to wrap this evening. It's been 5 hours. So I figured this is a good way to get back into it after 2 weeks off. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you to the mods for moderating this entire live stream. Very much appreciated. Y'all are amazing. Please show some thanks on your way out, folks. Catch Ian on Monday. Give him all the encouragement that you could ever imagine. Go to Runkle the Bailey, subscribe, like all of his videos. Give him all the accolades you can because he's got a Supreme Court submission we've got to get done next week, and we're going to do it.
And it's going to suck.
It's going to be amazing. We're going to do great. Promise you. We're going to do great.
Have you ever submitted anything to like the Court of Appeal or whatever where you didn't immediately start regretting it?
No.
As soon as it was sent in?
Not a single time. Every time. And the worst is they send you when we submit it, because we have to submit it. We have printers who go and run the paper. We get this lovely bound copy of our own fucking filings. And in this lovely bound copy, I see a typo on page 1. And it has been, I've never gotten over that fact yet. And
you're like, I want to submit like a corrected version just to fix the typo.
Trust me, we've been there. It's a slog, my friend. We will get through it. All right, folks. Enjoy the weekend, please very much do. If you can catch the Masters, please do. Good golf, wonderful golf. I will be in the shop this weekend, and I hope you guys are too. Thank you for being here. Catch Ian on Monday. Ian, say good night to the folks.
Good night to the folks.
All right. Good night, y'all. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next time. Bye.